Chapter 233. The sadness in Electrolux's eyes slowly turned into coldness. Do you think that just Fu Luo's betrayal is enough to betray the faith of the light? You are wrong. If it was just that, it would not have caused such a change in me. Long Haochen, you are also a scion of light. You should understand how determined our hearts are as the chosen of the goddess of light. However, the one who betrayed me was not only Princess Fu Luo, but the entire world. Using the escape scroll, I escaped their encirclement. At that time, I only felt a chill in my heart. All the good things in my heart seemed to have disappeared with Fu Luo's betrayal. But even then, I did not hate her. I loved her deeply, and no matter what, I was willing to think of her in a positive light. The man in black who appeared at the end made me guess that perhaps Fu Luo was also threatened by something and had no choice but to do it. Although I knew she was a princess and no one could threaten her, I was still willing to think that way. I was so stupid at that time. Fu Luo's stab hit the center of my left chest. But she did not know that I am different from normal people. My heart is on the right side. So, although her poison dagger injured me, it was not fatal. I endured the pain and found a tree hole to recuperate. Using the pills I obtained during my travels, I first stabilized the poison in my body and then used my own pure light element to slowly expel the poison. This process was painful and long, but I was very clear that even if I wanted to ask Fu Luo, I had to wait until my body had fully recovered. I heard voices outside the tree hole many times, and there seemed to be signs of a large number of troops being mobilized. But at that time, I did not think that these troops would be mobilized because of me. It took me 2 whole months to recover from my injuries and recover my cultivation base. I quietly left the tree hole and returned to the imperial capital. But before I could enter the city gates, it was as if I was struck by lightning. Right next to the city gates, there was a very obvious royal notice. The notice read, "The Empire's Viscount Electrolux, coveted Princess Fu Luo's powerful cultivation method, ambushed the princess and stole it. As a result, the princess was heavily injured, fled for treason, convicted of treason, stripped of his title. Everyone has the right to punish him. If any commoners discover any traces of him, they must report it. You will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins." I never thought that they would be so despicable as to make a false accusation. Moreover, it wasn't just the royal family's announcement. There was also a glorious church's announcement. The content was almost the same. They said that I was a heretic, that I had been corrupted by darkness. At that time, I was in a daze for a full hour before I gradually came back to my senses. I love Fu Luo deeply, but I'm not an idiot. At this point in time, if I didn't know that I had fallen into a huge conspiracy, I wouldn't be fit to be the successor of the Child of Light. I immediately sought a secluded place to disguise myself. At that time, I thought that I had to find evidence that they had deceived His Majesty and the Vatican to prove my innocence. The crux of the matter was Fu Luo. So I'm going to find her and ask her about it. Perhaps it's because a few months have passed, or perhaps it's because they think that I've already died under the poison dagger, so the imperial capital isn't under martial law. After I disguised myself, I easily returned to the imperial city. Looking at this once familiar place, my heart ached even more. At night, I snuck into the imperial palace. I'm very familiar with everything here. Although I'm a mage, I have too many ways to sneak into the places I want to go since I've already reached the 8th level. I came to Fu Luo's bedroom, and there I saw another person, the Pope's son, Pero. The two of them were talking, and in Fu Luo's bedroom. At that time, I had already guessed some of their relationship, but I still didn't want to believe it. But when I heard their conversation clearly, I realized how foolish I was and how big this conspiracy was. At that time, Fu Luo questioned Pero why he hadn't found me yet. Pero told her that he had already mobilized the glorious church's forces and was cooperating with the Empire's forces to find traces of me. If alive, he wanted to see me. If dead, he wanted to see my corpse. He had to get the technique in my hands. From their conversation, I gradually got some clues. As it turns out, Pero had already come to the Royal Magic Academy a few years before I left to travel. He had 2 goals for coming here. One was to communicate with the Emperor, hoping to be able to recruit me into the glorious church. The other was to Wu Fu Luo. At first, His Majesty didn't agree to let me join the glorious church. Pero stay behind. He used all sorts of methods to woo Fu Luo. Fu Luo, that bitch, couldn't resist his flowery words and the various techniques and pills from the glorious church, and finally fell under his attacks. Pero suggested to her that because I had the constitution of the Child of Light, I was already a threat to the glorious church's future rule, so the church must get rid of me. That was the only way for their bloodline to rule the Vatican forever. When he became the Pope, Fu Luo would be his empress. Originally, Fu Luo still had some feelings for me, but in the end, Pero suggested to His Majesty that the glorious church was willing to help the Pombo Empire unify the continent and defeat the other two empires. He also expressed to Fu Luo that she could learn the techniques I obtained from me. Whether it was the empire's royal family or Fu Luo, they all fell under this temptation. As for me, I become a sacrifice for this benefit. Their plan was originally almost perfect. While I was out with Fu Luo, they surrounded us and exhausted my strength. On the way back, Fu Luo attacked me when I was unprepared. This way, it would be very difficult for me to escape. At that time, as long as they killed me, the empire and the church would pin the crime of treason on me. Then, even if I was once the pride of the empire, I would soon be drowned out by the official public opinion. I hated it. I never thought that my country, my lover, and my faith would betray me at the same time. At that time, I only felt my mind go blank. Just as Fu Luo and Pero were getting intimate, I suddenly charged in and launched a fatal attack on them. My appearance was too sudden for them. Although they were also the cream of the crop of the younger generation, there was still quite a gap between their strength and mine. And in the midst of a surprise attack, very quickly I took the initiative. Pero was heavily injured by me. Fu Luo was also subdued by my attacks. And at this time, although a large number of court experts rushed over, but I used Fu Luo and Pero's lives as hostages. They did not dare to act rashly. At that time, I questioned Fu Luo, "Why did you do this to me? What did I do wrong to her?" In order to live, she begged me bitterly. But I've heard their conversation before. How could I believe her words? At that time, I only had one thought, and that was to die together with them. I was once a proud son of heaven, but at that time, I had become a traitor. The huge difference was something I could not accept. I no longer had anything to live for. I only wanted to die together with this adulterous couple. But that Pero was the son of the Pope after all, and had many life-saving methods. Just as I was prepared to die together with them, he used a special method to attract the Pope's attack. I was heavily injured, and I could not bear to attack Fu Luo. In the end, I could only choose to break out of the encirclement and escape. When I finally broke out of the encirclement and hid in a secret place in the empire, I was already covered in injuries and barely made it out alive. Immediately after, the empire began a city-wide manhunt. They searched for traces of me. I once saved a beggar in the empire, and it was with his help that I was lucky enough to escape their pursuit. But when I had just recovered from my injuries, then I received a piece of news that was like a bolt from the blue. They captured my family. Electrolux gritted his teeth and said they knew that I was hiding in the empire and issued an announcement to execute my family for treason. I still remember that day clearly. The sky seemed to have turned blood red. When His Majesty gave the order to kill in front of the people of the empire, when I saw with my own eyes that Pero and Fu Luo, that pair of bitches in armor, using sharp blades to chop off the heads of my family, the last ray of hope and light in my heart was completely extinguished. Can you imagine? A person watching all of his family being killed with his own eyes. Father, mother, sister, and all of his family, even the young children, they did not let them go. They executed my entire family. I know, they were waiting for me to appear, waiting for me to fly into the fire like a moth. They knew my character too well. But at that time, a black token that I once obtained during a training was affected by my resentment and was activated. At that time, my whole body was cold, but I could not move. Because of this, I could only watch as my family members were killed by them one by one. At that time, I was crazy completely in a state of madness. The blood of my family dyed the ground of the Empire's square red. My entire family, 367 people, not a single one was spared. They all died under their butcher's knife. By the time I recovered from the coldness, none of my family members had survived. I seemed to see their resentful spirits lingering in the sky, unwilling to accept their fate. I did not do it. My family was already dead, and I left that place with monstrous resentment. And during this massacre, I did not appear, which made them think that I had left the Empire. The great manhunt was temporarily over, but they searched the entire continent for traces of me. Finally, out of the Empire, I chose a direction and ran wildly. After running wildly for 7 days and 7 nights, I collapsed in the middle of a valley due to exhaustion. From that day onwards, there was no light in my heart, only endless resentment and hatred. I wanted to live for hatred. I wanted to kill all those who betrayed me, all those who harmed me. I don't know why, but when I lost my light, the tortoise-shell technique mysteriously disappeared. Perhaps it was because my hatred disgusted it, but this no longer mattered to me. From that black token, I obtained the inheritance of an ancient necromancer. Light and necromancy. These were originally completely opposing abilities, but with my talent, I gradually merged them. I needed power strong enough to overthrow the entire Pombo kingdom and destroy the glorious church. I no longer had any relatives, and in this world, everyone was my enemy. Only their blood and lives could offset the hatred in my heart. I cultivated day and night. I frantically increased my strength. Also that one day, I could take revenge. Hatred became my greatest motivation. A scion of light, hiding in the mountains for 10 years. Can you imagine how terrifying that was? When I left the mountains, I was no longer the scion of light, Electrolux, but the holy law of necromancy, calamity, Electrolux. I killed everyone on sight, turning all living things into my undead subordinates. I started from a small city and gradually gathered my undead army. When I returned to the Pombo Kingdom's capital, I already had 1,000,000 undead by my side. The Pombo Kingdom was completely destroyed by me. Fu Luo, that bitch, fled to the glorious church with Pero. So, I brought my undead army to attack the church. I wanted to destroy them all and avenge my family. Hearing this, Long Houchin couldn't help but say angrily, "Have you ever thought about how many innocent people you killed with your revenge? The Pombo Kingdom's royal family and the church are your enemies. But why did you implicate so many people?" He sympathized with Electrolux's plight, but he deeply hated his cruel methods and the harm he did to humanity. Electrolux's eyes showed a hint of sadness. I hesitated and regretted, but the 3 empires and the church were too powerful at that time, and it was impossible for me to take revenge alone. For revenge, I walked to the dark side, but at that time, I never thought that I was wrong. In my eyes, there was only slaughter. Long Houchin didn't speak again, because he could feel deep sadness and regret from Electrolux's current emotions. He regretted it. Electrolux, the former calamity necromancy who brought great disaster to humanity, regretted it? Could it be because of me and Kai? Even if Electrolux felt remorseful, his feelings in Long Houchin's heart wouldn't change. What was done was done. How could repentance change it? Electrolux's hands were stained with the blood of countless humans. I destroyed my homeland, and the brilliant church joined forces with the other 2 empires to launch a war against me in order to deal with me. At that time, I had already occupied nearly 1/3 of the continent. I had a large number of undead under my command, and their soul fires were under my control. They were incomparably loyal. Under my command, millions of undead swarmed towards the brilliant church like a plague. Even though the brilliant church had powerful holy magic, as the holy law of necromancy, my direct undead subordinates were extremely resistant to the light element. At the beginning of the war, I had the complete upper hand. However, the undead were still undead. No matter how loyal they were, they had lost the intelligence that belonged to humans. Under their unity, the foundation of the glorious era was gradually displayed. When they stabilized their position, Under the leadership of the brilliant church, they began to counterattack. At that time, my strength was already very strong, and I could even face the Pope of the brilliant church. But I couldn't guarantee that my undead army would be able to win. In the final battle, my undead army was defeated. Even though the human allied army paid a terrible price, I was still defeated in the end. I was heavily injured by the experts led by the brilliant church's Pope. Then, the Pope cast a vicious weakening curse on me. For the next 1,000 years, I endured the pain of this holy curse. In the end, I had no choice but to give up my body and enter eternal slumber. I lost this war, but my revenge was still a success, even though I suffered irreparable damage. However, those who harmed me were all killed by my own hands. This included the Pope, Pero, and Fu Luo. I can still clearly remember the moment before I crushed Fu Luo's heart, the pain and struggle in her eyes. I wanted to dig out her heart to see if it was red. Pero was turned into an undead by me in the most painful way possible. I kept him by my side and used 1,000 years to slowly refine his soul fire. In the end, he was reduced to ashes, never to be reincarnated again. When I first created this Tower of Eternity, it was to nurture my body. Unfortunately, in the end, I couldn't defeat that damned curse. Otherwise, with my cultivation at the time, I wouldn't have died even after 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. But in reality, the real cause of my eternal slumber wasn't my physical injuries, but my heart. After I killed all my enemies, I realized that there was nothing in this world that I would be reluctant to part with. The people I loved were all dead, and the people I hated were all dead. My heart also became empty. With nothing left to live for, I finally chose to die. I chose to sleep here for eternity, because I didn't want to remember whether I was right or wrong in the war. Now, it seems that I was wrong. I was really wrong. No matter how I kill them, my loved ones could never come back to life. Not to mention that so many innocent people died because of me. My guilt is irreparable for all eternity. I am a sinner of humanity. At this point, Electrolux looked at Long Houchin and Kair with a sorrowful gaze. I want to thank you. It was you who woke me up, and it was you who freed me from the hatred I once had. I don't know how long I slept for, but everything in the past is just a fleeting cloud. When I really calmed down, I realized that I had committed a heinous crime. You were right. My ability is not worthy of being passed on by you. This legacy of necromancy should disappear forever, or else it will bring disaster to the world sooner or later. I originally thought that in this world, all humans are despicable, shameless, and incorrigible. But after seeing the feelings between you two, I realized that I was wrong. Out of the two of you, one was willing to give up his life for the other, and in order to resurrect the other, he didn't hesitate to dig out his own heart. The other was willing to give up his belief in the light as the son of light for the sake of his lover. Both of you let me see what is true unswerving until death, and what is true life and death. Thank you. It wasn't until the moment I witnessed your feelings that I understood that there is love in this world. Humans aren't completely despicable between each other. Back then, the biggest psychological advantage that supported me to continue my massacre was to kill all the heartless people. There's no point in regretting. After saying all of this, I feel much better. The evil in my heart has finally been purified, although I will never be able to return to the embrace of the light. But I can finally make a contribution to the light with my sinful body. As he spoke, Electrolux pointed at the coffin in front of him with his right hand. The overflowing deathly aura suddenly burst forth like a geyser. His left hand made a pressing gesture in the direction of Long Houchin and Kai. A layer of golden light shield suddenly appeared around the two of them, and they didn't suffer any impact from the deathly aura. It could be clearly seen that the deathly aura appeared white in the violent surge. Although Long Houchin and Kai only felt it for a moment when the deathly aura burst forth, they could also sense the astonishing purity contained in the deathly aura. Such pure, deathly energy had long surpassed the level of a necromancer. It was the result of Electrolux's 1,000 years of purification. Its terrifying power could be said to be the concentration of the essence of Electrolux's cultivation besides the light in his life. The white airflow gathered on Electrolux's slowly raised right hand, and white ribbons of light rotated around his extended right index finger. The fingertip became brighter and brighter, and the dazzling brilliance shone on the entire 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity, turning it white. Electrolux said lightly, "Kyr, you went through hardships and finally walked the path to heaven. At that moment, I've already recognized you as my inheritor. Although you have purified my soul and made me understand how dirty my inheritance is, what I am about to give you has nothing to do with necromancy. It is the purest, deathly aura that I have condensed in my thousands of years of slumber. You are originally a reincarnated body and have the innate ability to purify. You are a reincarnated body, so you have an innate ability to purify. Although I can't let you inherit my power, consider this a gift from me to you. Although I can't let you inherit my power, consider this a gift from me to you. The decision that I, Electrolux, have made will definitely be completed. Unless you are willing to abandon Long Houchin and commit suicide, you can only gradually absorb the deathly aura that I have released." The surrounding white light gradually converged and finally condensed into a crystal-clear white pearl the size of a cherry on Electrolux's fingertip. With a flash of light, the white pearl quietly flew in front of Kyr, and the golden skull Eternal Melody also floated out. However, as it floated, the Eternal Melody gradually changed. It was like a ball of liquid that was constantly moving. With a flash of light, this white pearl quietly flew in front of Kyr, and the golden skull of the Eternal Melody also floated out. However, in the process of floating, the Eternal Melody gradually changed, as if it was a mass of liquid that was constantly moving. As it moved, it changed continuously, and finally it became the image of Long Houchin's head floating in front of Kyr. The white, deathly aura quietly merged with the Eternal Melody. Instantly, the original golden Eternal Melody shone with white light. Not only was there no deathly aura, but it was also filled with a holy aura. The necklace hung around Kyr's neck, and the new Eternal Melody stuck closely to Kyr's chest. With a flash of white light, just like before, it quietly embedded itself into her chest. Kyr only felt a cool aura emanating from the new Eternal Melody, entering her body and merging with her spiritual power. She didn't need to do anything at all, and her spiritual power was slowly increasing. Electrolux had merged his deathly aura into the Eternal Melody instead of letting her absorb it directly. This was because he was afraid that the amount of energy would be too much for Kyr to handle. It was very thoughtful. Seeing the shocked expression on Kyr's face, Electrolux smiled slightly and said, "I don't need you to thank me. This is just the first gift I'm giving you. As for the other gift, I'll give it to you at the end. And don't worry, since I'm giving you a gift, I'll naturally let you two be together. Otherwise, no matter how precious the gift is, without him, you won't be happy no matter what I give you." Hearing this, both Long Houchin and Kyr couldn't help but reveal looks of surprise. Although Long Houchin hated Electrolux to the core, he really couldn't bear to die. Even if he ignored all other factors, just for the sake of Kyr, he couldn't bear to die like this. Electrolux pointed his right hand at the coffin in front of him again. This time, an incomparably pure golden light burst out of the coffin. When this golden light surged out of the coffin, Electrolux's body suddenly became somewhat illusory. It was as if his own soul power had suffered a huge impact. Compared to the previous time, when he condensed the energy of death, this time, the golden light that Electrolux condensed was much slower. His expression was also much more serious than before. He even seemed a little unfamiliar with it. Although there was a layer of golden light barrier, Long Houchin could clearly feel that it was extremely pure light elements. Was he stripping away the energy of light that he had accumulated for thousands of years? Long Houchin looked at Electrolux in shock. Although he hated what Electrolux had done in the past, he couldn't help but admire Electrolux's cultivation from the bottom of his heart. Just by relying on his own soul power, Electrolux was able to extract the energy from his body. How strong must one's perception of elemental energy be to be able to do this? Long Houchen asked himself. There was still a huge gap between him and Electrolux's realm. Among the strong people he had met, the strongest were undoubtedly Demon Emperor Feng Xiao and the holy necromancer Electrolux in front of him. In terms of overall spiritual power, perhaps Demon Emperor Feng Xiao was slightly stronger, but he still couldn't compare to Electrolux, who was in his soul form. However, in terms of elemental control, Long Houchen could conclude that Feng Xiao was definitely no match for Electrolux. The stripping of the golden light continued for a full 2 hours before it gradually came to an end. Long Houchen and Kai both understood that what Electrolux was doing now was extremely important to resurrecting Long Houchen. However, they also didn't know what method the once most powerful necromancer would use to restore Long Houchen's lost heart. When the golden light no longer gushed out from the coffin, Electrolux's expression became even more solemn. He pressed his left hand lightly on his forehead, and instantly, a golden light with a golden tail flame seemed to be pulled out from his soul. His movements were very slow, and his expression began to distort, as if he was suffering from great pain. However, his hands were extremely stable, and he continued his movements. Gradually, the speck of golden light was completely pulled out of his soul. When he was done, his originally solid soul body immediately became transparent, much weaker than before. Electrolux's hands began to move at the same time. The golden light in his left hand slowly merged with the large ball of golden light in his right hand. Gorgeous and complicated runes began to appear on his hands, and every movement was extremely fast. These complicated runes rapidly merged with the golden light in front of him, and the golden light also constantly distorted, fluctuated, and even trembled under the effect of these complicated runes. As the runes and the golden light merged, Electrolux's soul form also became more and more transparent. When he inserted the last rune into the golden light, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At the same time, he opened his mouth towards the coffin below him and inhaled. Instantly, a dark gray energy rushed out from the coffin and merged with his soul, causing his soul form to become solid again. However, there was an obvious layer of dark gray, and it was filled with evil and ferocious feelings. It was incompatible with the golden light in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. A strange scene appeared. When Electrolux stretched out his hands and let the golden light float towards Long Houchen, there was a strange sound that sounded like a heartbeat coming from the golden light, and it slowly flew in front of Long Houchen. This is the heart that I reconstructed for you. Under its effect, your flesh and blood will automatically grow a new heart, and it will completely merge with this power. It will become your strongest spiritual aperture in the future, and it will also be the source of all your power. I call it the heart of eternity. It can be said that this is the greatest masterpiece of my life. At this point, Electrolux couldn't help but show a strong sense of admiration on his face. It was obvious that he was full of pride for creating this heart of eternity. I know that you hate me, and hate my power even more. Although you won't reject this gift of mine in order to survive and be with Kair, this gift of mine will definitely affect your heart of light in the future. Am I right? Long Houchen didn't say anything and tacitly agreed with Electrolux's words. That's right. In order to survive, he could accept everything in front of him, even if he had to betray his faith in the light. For Kair, he was willing to give up everything he had. However, if he really accepted Electrolux's power, or even the power that he extracted from his own body, then, in Long Houchen's heart, there would definitely be obstacles in the future. It would greatly affect his future cultivation. Electrolux said calmly, "It's precisely because of this problem that before you fuse with the heart of eternity, I have to make it clear to you. You can hate me, and you can reject everything about me, but you can't reject the light. You are the son of the light, and it's perfect for you to fuse with the power of the light. You saw what I did just now. What I gave Kair was the purest aura of death that I've condensed for thousands of years. This aura of death is nothing compared to my original power, but it's better in its purity, and there's no excess power in it. It will only benefit Kair, and there's no imprint of me in it. The heart of eternity that I condensed for you is the same. I stripped all the light elements out of my body and turned them into the purest power of the light. Do you know what I stripped from my soul? It's the imprint of me being the son of the light. In other words, what I'm giving you is not my power, but the power of the former son of the light. You can think of it as the purest element and essence that belonged to the light before I fell. As you can see, after stripping these two powers, all I'm left with is the power of death and all negative energy. These belong to the fall. My fall is not the light's fall. I'm the guilty one, not the light. Go, my heart of eternity. He's the most suitable master for you. As he spoke, Electrolux's eyes flashed, and the golden light suddenly rushed into Long Houchen's chest. Long Houchen only felt an unparalleled heat surge from his chest into his limbs and bones. He almost subconsciously sat cross-legged on the ground, and his entire body turned golden. He had even lost the ability to think. Electrolux stared at Long Houchen for a full 10 minutes before he gradually relaxed. He smiled and said, "I'm still the holy law of necromancy, Calamity Necromancer Electrolux. In this world, no one has a deeper understanding of death and life than me. My heart of eternity has succeeded. In a sense, Long Houchen has replaced me before I fell and continue to live. Perhaps this is the best choice for me. Everything he does for humanity in the future, I'll have a part of it. I hope this will be enough to atone for my sins. Kair, are you satisfied with what I've done?" After confirming that Long Houchen had begun to fuse with the heart of eternity, Electrolux turned his attention to Kair. Kair bowed slightly. "Thank you for your help, Senior." She was different from Long Houchen. She did not have Long Houchen's benevolent and compassionate heart. She only knew that this former sinner of humanity had now saved her lover. She only had gratitude in her heart. Electrolux smiled and said, "Although you can't inherit my necromancy, you've still obtained my power of death. I'm about to leave this world forever, and I'll be purified by your hands. For me, this is the best place to go. Ever since I was blinded by hatred and resentment, I've never been as happy as I am today. I seem to have returned to the days when I was still the child of light. In the final moments of my life and soul, Kair, will you call me teacher?" Chapter 234. In the last moments of my life and soul, Kair, will you call me teacher? When Electrolux asked Kair this question, his face unconsciously revealed a hint of sadness. "Teacher, you," Kair almost subconsciously called out. How could she and Long Houchen not be moved by Electrolux's story? Long Houchen was still better off. Electrolux was pitiful, but the mistakes he had committed against humanity were too grave. Although Long Houchen sympathized with him, he would never forgive the sins he had committed against humanity. But Kair was just a girl after all, and she had gone through such a painful experience when she was young. She felt more sympathy for Electrolux than for Long Houchen. At this moment, she only felt that this once unbelievably powerful necromancer in front of her was so pitiful. She only had sympathy for what he had gone through. Good. Just hearing the word teacher from Kair, Electrolux's emotions were already fluctuating violently. "Good child, although I am not worthy to be your teacher, hearing you call me that, I am finally comforted. My heart is finally comforted. In my life, I, Electrolux, have done many great things. But in the end, the thing that makes me feel the most honored is to have a disciple like you. Don't worry, teacher will leave you a big gift. When you return to the human world, no one will be able to bully you. So what if Long Houchen is the son of light? My disciple, Electrolux, will definitely not be worse than him." At this point, Electrolux's pride as the holy law of necromancy and necromancy calamity seemed to have emerged again. He raised his right hand and waved it in Kair's direction. Instantly, the grim reaper scythe in her hand was sucked over. Strangely enough, such a powerful death scythe was the natural enemy of almost all revenants. But now in Electrolux's hands, it was enveloped by a grayish-black power, and its purification power could not be released at all. Looking up at the sky, Electrolux smiled coldly. This Tower of Eternity can be said to be one of the greatest achievements in my life. I didn't expect that after sleeping for so long, it has evolved to such an extent on its own. Trying to escape my control? You underestimate me too much. Kair, I'm going. If you call me teacher, I'll leave this Tower of Eternity to you. It had already evolved to the level of a transcendent artifact. His own intelligence was already connected to the spirit. I will remove all the excessive things from it. From now on, it will be your offensive and defensive weapon. As for the excess energy, after I purify it, you and your companions can absorb it as much as you want. Don't waste it. When the excess energy has been absorbed, you can leave here. Just as he spoke, the Tower of Eternity suddenly trembled violently, and a huge wave of spiritual power suddenly surged violently in all directions. It seemed to be struggling desperately. Electrolux said arrogantly, "Still want to struggle? You're what I created. Do you think that with the wisdom of the Spirit, you can escape my control? As early as when I created you, I had already considered all the possible situations that might occur in the future. Not to mention that you are still a step away from a transcendent artifact. Even if you really become a transcendent artifact, it will still be easy for me to destroy you." His left hand pointed to the sky, and a grayish-black light suddenly came out, piercing the top of the Tower of Eternity. Suddenly, in the coffin under Electrolux, a large cloud of grayish-black fog rushed out and dispersed to the surroundings. And the power of the Tower of Eternity surged more and more. The entire Tower of Eternity shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. The screams of countless wraiths turned into shrill howls. It was unknown what Electrolux did, but the vibration of the Tower of Eternity gradually weakened under the injection of the grayish-black airflow. A large cloud of white light began to be stripped from the Tower of Eternity and wandered into space. Following this, countless streams of grayish-black air started to gather towards Electrolux from all directions like rivers flowing into the sea and poured into his soul. In just a moment, Electrolux's soul had become as black as ink. Wisdom deprivation, power deprivation, purification. Electrolux's majestic voice echoed in every floor of the Tower of Eternity. Countless wraiths turned into nothingness in the screams of fear. The purest soul power and the various attributes of the stripped elements converged together. The terrifying power of stripping even completely deprived these elements of their own attributes, leaving only the purest energy. As the grayish-black airflow became more and more intense, a grayish-black halo even began to appear around Electrolux's body, and the Tower of Eternity gradually turned into a pure white color, spotless and flawless. The violent vibration gradually turned into a slight tremor, and then there was no more movement. Everything seemed to return to calmness. There was only a large number of white light spots floating in the air that contained surging spiritual power fluctuations, slowly moving rhythmically. Could clearly feel that the Tower of Eternity had changed. It became quiet and pure. It seemed that all the negative things, including emotions, had disappeared under the stripping of Electrolux. Moreover, a strange connection appeared in her heart. The connection between the eternal melody that appeared as Long Houchen's portrait and the Tower of Eternity seemed to have become closer. After purification, the Tower of Eternity will be an artifact of both offense and defense. Although I have stripped many of its power and wisdom, but it is still much more powerful than an ordinary artifact. Through the connection between the eternal melody in it, it will gradually fuse with your soul and become a part of your body. In this way, you will have a life as long as Long Houchen, who inherited my heart of eternity. Kai-Er's eyes showed a complicated look. It could be said that before Long Houchen was killed by the Demon Emperor, she and Electrolux had no interaction. But she never thought that the one who inherited most of Electrolux's power turned out to be herself. Although Electrolux's necromancy was not passed on to her, whether it was the huge death energy contained in the eternal melody or the Tower of Eternity, they were the essence of Electrolux's lifetime of cultivation. Thinking of his lonely life, Kyr's eyes couldn't help but moisten. She slowly knelt in the direction of Electrolux and called out again, "Teacher." Electrolux smiled. He smiled very happily. It was a kind of joy that came from the heart. He said loudly, "If there's a next life, I don't want to be the son of light anymore. I just want to be an ordinary human. I want to find a pure woman who loves me, marry her, and give birth to our child. I want to live my life peacefully. I have also been glorious, and I have also fallen. And all of this, from the next moment, will return to nothingness. Goodbye, child. Stay by the side of your loved ones. Teacher, I wish you all the best." As he said that, he suddenly turned the scythe of death in his hand, and the huge blade blossomed with thousands of white lights under the injection of the terrifying soul power. The light of purification was even more powerful than the 7 absolutes of death that Kyr cast. The blade slashed straight and cut into the coffin under him. Poof! The terrifying light of purification, under the urging of Electrolux's vast sea of soul power, burst out with an unprecedentedly strong light. An ear-piercing, tinkling sound was heard, as if something was breaking in the scythe of death. Electrolux's arrogant voice echoed, "So what if you're the god of death? I will break your seal during this purification. Let's see how you will counterattack my disciple. If I wanted to, I would already be a god. Holding the sun and the moon, plucking the stars in this world, there is no me, such a person." All the darkness and filth gradually dissipated in the pure white light of purification. Only Electrolux's arrogant voice echoed in the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity. "Holding the sun and the moon, plucking the stars, in this world there is no such person." How arrogant, how conceited, and how sad. The former son of light, the holy law of necromancy, the necromancer catastrophe, Electrolux, had passed away. But when he left this world forever, there was still one person to send him off. Kyr knelt on the ground. Tears were already streaming down her face. Compared to men, women were more emotional. At this time, Kyr had completely forgotten that this was the necromancer catastrophe that had once dealt a fatal blow to humanity. She only knew that it was this long-dead genius who was left with only his soul that had saved her man. He reconstructed the heart for Longhauchen so that they could continue to be together. Regardless of what Electrolux had done in the past, the current Kyr was heartbroken because his soul had flown away and scattered. Electrolux's life was full of ups and downs, but when he turned into nothingness, he seemed unusually happy. In the end, there was still one person who would be sad because of his death. For ordinary people, something that couldn't be more simple, but for him, it was so precious. The purification lasted for a full hour before the whole space gradually calmed down. Only the countless white light spots filled with pure energy were floating in the air. With a soft ding, the Grim Reaper's scythe quietly fell to the ground. It also woke up Kyr from her sadness. She subconsciously took a step forward and held the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hand. Electrolux's soul wasn't the only thing that had vanished. Even the golden coffin had vanished along with it. There wasn't even a trace of her aura left. When Kyr held the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hand, a strange feeling suddenly spread throughout her body. She only felt that there seemed to be something extra in her life. And this strange feeling came from the Grim Reaper's scythe. It was the feeling of flesh and blood, as if this Tower of Eternity was originally a part of her body. The artifact recognized its master. Kyr immediately made the most accurate judgment, because she had experienced the same situation once, and that was the feeling when she first fused with the Sword of Samsara. It was just that the Sword of Samsara at that time was much more domineering than the current Tower of Eternity. It was far less gentle. Electrolux, worthy of being a genius among geniuses, fought against the terrifying powerhouse of the entire continent with his own strength. Just by relying on the connection between the Grim Reaper's scythe and Kyr, He completed the recognition of the Tower of Eternity and Kai as its master. It was completely imaginable how powerful Electrolux was when he was alive. Perhaps even the Demon Emperor was inferior to him. The Grim Reaper scythe also seemed to have some strange changes with the purification of Electrolux. The original dark body emitted a magical blue, magical purple color under the reflection of the surrounding white, less domineering, but more strange and arrogant. Holding the death god scythe in her hand, Kerr stood there for a long time, not saying a word. In her heart, Electrolux's story, as well as his overflowing arrogance before he left, kept reverberating. "Teacher," Kai murmured. In the next moment, she turned to Long Haochen, who was sitting cross-legged there and had already entered deep meditation. A faint golden light emitted from Long Haochen's chest, spread to every corner of his body, and then slowly retracted. His whole person had been immersed in this meditation, but his breath of life had been completely stabilized. There was no doubt that Electrolux's action had completely resurrected him. The magic belonging to the necromancer could not help but be breathtaking. Instead of immediately sitting down next to Long Haochen, Kai moved her mind, and in the next moment, she had already returned to the 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity. Now that she was the master of this place, no matter how she controlled the Tower of Eternity, she only needed to use her own will. The glimmer of dawn monster hunters, who had long been shocked by the changes around them, were waiting with difficulty. Although the white light spots in the air were full of pure energy, this was the Tower of Eternity. Before knowing exactly what had happened, they did not dare to rashly absorb it. What's more, for them, the safety of Long Haochen and Kai was more important. Their lives were uncertain, so how could they calm down and cultivate? Kai The sudden appearance of Kai suddenly caused everyone to cheer in surprise. Wang Yuan was the first to rush forward and hug her. The others also gathered around. Chening hugged Kai and burst into tears. The scene of Kai climbing the path to heaven left a deep imprint in their hearts. It was no longer a simple emotion. They could never forget the scene of the 3 bloodstains spreading on the path to heaven, and they could never forget Kai's blood-colored dress. Being hugged by Wang Yuan and Chun, feeling the burning and concerned eyes of her companions, Kai was no longer as cold as before. She said softly, "I'm fine. I made everyone worry." Lin Exine asked eagerly, "What about the leader?" They did not see Long Haochen behind Kai. Kai smiled and said, "He's fine." As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned for a few seconds. Then, cheers suddenly rang through the 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity. Although when Kai first appeared, they had a premonition that Long Haochen was safe. Otherwise, Kai would not have looked so relaxed, nor would she have brought Long Haochen's corpse with her. But when she personally said that Long Haochen was safe, everyone's suppressed emotions could not help but erupt like a volcano. This group of young human geniuses at this time were like excited children, jumping and jumping. Their leader had miraculously been resurrected. Their light of dawn had a soul and a spiritual pillar again. Moreover, they had welcomed back their best brother. Kai-Er's tears flowed unconsciously. Thank you. To have a group of brothers and sisters like you. Long Haochen and I are the luckiest. Chen cried and laughed at the same time. Kai, you're wrong. We're a whole. Don't leave you and the boss out. That's great. That's really great. Sima Xian put an arm around Lin Exine's neck and asked Kai, curiously, "Tell me, how did you resurrect? So it's really possible to resurrect after death. This necromancy is really amazing." Of course, Kai wanted to share the process of Long Haochen's resurrection with her companions, so she told them in detail everything that happened after she climbed the path to heaven. Listening to Electrolux's tragic experience, the originally excited group gradually calmed down. This holy law of necromancy, Calamity Necromancer Electrolux's experience was really too tragic. A feeling of sympathy unconsciously appeared in their hearts. Kai sighed softly. Teacher finally came to his senses. He purified himself, and also purified all of his sins. No matter what, he will always be my teacher. The pure energy left in the Tower of Eternity is the result of teacher's purification and the wisdom of the Tower of Eternity being erased by teacher. It's all the purest power. Everyone, do your best to absorb it. Let's stay here for the time being, until all of this energy is converted into our spiritual power. The energy released in the process of a supreme artifact being reduced to a divine artifact should be able to lead our cultivation to great progress. The mission to ambush Star Demon and Modu failed, and they almost lost their leader. Coming to the Tower of Eternity, they experienced countless difficulties and obstacles before finally resurrecting Longhouchen. Now, the opportunity to improve had finally arrived. Kai, or waver sleeves, and a white light flashed. The next moment, everyone had appeared on the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity. The 7th floor was the core of the Tower of Eternity, and all of the energy could be drawn here. Moreover, Kai also wanted to let her companions witness the resurrection of Longhouchen. When everyone saw Longhouchen sitting there quietly cultivating, they could no longer cheer, and tears flowed down at the same time. The light of dawn was finally reunited. They sat cross-legged around Longhouchen, and with great difficulty, they calmed down and began to cultivate. The meditation had just begun, but everyone was already deeply shocked by what they saw. Those seemingly soft, white light spots, as soon as they were absorbed into their bodies, they immediately underwent a drastic change. No matter what kind of spiritual power the pure energy was fused with, the fusion process could be completed in the shortest time, and there was no need to go through the process of eliminating impurities. Everyone's spiritual power increased at an alarming rate during this absorption process. Different from everyone else was Kai. Kai not only absorbed the pure energy in the Tower of Eternity, but also the pure death energy left by Electrolux in the eternal melody in her chest. The god of death could also be called the god of purification. The power of the god of death came from the purification of vengeful spirits. In this world, it could be said that there was no vengeful spirit more powerful than Electrolux. When Electrolux used the scythe of the god of purification to purify himself, it even led to the scythe of the god of death's evolution. However, the scythe of the god of death itself was one with Kai. After Kai took it back, the moment she started cultivating, the scythe of the god of death immediately fed back to Kai. A huge amount of purification power poured into Kai's body, merged with her own spiritual power, and absorbed the death energy in the eternal melody and the pure energy in the Tower of Eternity. Almost in an instant, Kai's internal spiritual power was pushed to the peak of the 7th rank. Kai's experience was rich enough, and the foundation she had accumulated was long enough. She didn't need to do anything herself. After the 3 spiritual orifices on her chest, forehead, and lower abdomen were completely filled, a spiritual orifice appeared on her shoulders and thighs, increasing the number of spiritual orifices to 7. The huge amount of spiritual power that was far from being fully absorbed suddenly swarmed in at an alarming rate and was injected into these 4 new spiritual orifices. From this moment on, Kai's cultivation was officially promoted to the 8th rank. Although the speed of improvement of others wasn't as fast as Kai's, compared to their usual cultivation speed, it was already amazing enough. Almost every circulation of spiritual power, there would be an increase. This feeling was really too exciting. Everyone knew that this kind of opportunity might only come once in a lifetime, so naturally they would do their best. In particular, Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao, who knew that there was a huge gap between them and the light of dawn monster hunters, were even more desperate in their cultivation. For a moment, the Tower of Eternity was completely quiet. Because of this silence, everyone was immersed in their own cultivation. No one saw that Longhouchen's body also began to show strange changes. The heart of eternity entered his body and filled the position of Longhouchen's heart. The huge amount of light elements softly and gently repeated the process of spreading and condensing in his body. When Long Houchen's heart was shattered by the demon emperor, in fact, the core spiritual orifice in his chest was also shattered. At that time, even if he could survive, his cultivation could be said to be crippled. After the heart of eternity was injected, it immediately became the core to communicate with the other spiritual orifices in his body. In the expansion of the huge amount of light elements, it quickly established a connection with the other spiritual orifices and communicated with them all. In this way, the light elements could smoothly flow in Long Houchen's body and restore his original cultivation. This process of recovery was extremely fast, and just as Kyra told her companions about the process, it was already completed. When Long Houchen's spiritual power was restored to above the 8th rank, his body began to produce strange changes. The heart of eternity was actually an extremely pure mass of light elements, and its core was originally Electrolux's son of light bloodline. Long Houchen himself was a son of light, and when he fused with the son of light bloodline from thousands of years ago, there was still a short period of rejection during this process. In terms of bloodline power, Long Houchen was much stronger than Electrolux. After all, Electrolux had died thousands of years ago. Perhaps his spiritual power had not dissipated, and his soul power was incomparably strong. But his bloodline had long since dried up. What he had extracted was only the most essential part of the bloodline. Thus, after a short period of rejection and collision, Long Houchen's own bloodline power was completely stimulated, and this pure bloodline power was fused into his own body. In this situation, Electrolux's powerful ability showed itself. After the bloodline fusion was completed, a large amount of muscle tissue began to undulate in Long Houchen's chest. A brand new heart was in the process of growing. The numbness and itchiness spread throughout Long Houchen's body and also woke him up from his almost unconscious state. Long Houchen quickly discovered the changes in his body. The numbness and itchiness from his chest was simply more intense than any pain. But he gritted his teeth and bitterly endured it. He knew that this was a crucial moment for him. Reconstructing the heart, he had never even heard of it. Even the most powerful light-type forbidden spell, the resurrection spell, could only be completed when the body was intact. But Electrolux did it, and this miracle was happening on his body. If he gave up halfway at this time because he could not endure the numbness and itchiness, then even if all the gods descended, he was afraid that his life would not be able to be saved. For Kyra, for his family, and for all his companions, how could Long Houchen let this happen? Sitting there cross-legged, his body was soaked in sweat in a few short seconds, but he still did not move and did not even make a sound. He could feel that Kyra was not far away from him, and the more it was like this, the more he could not let Kyra feel the pain that he was suffering. She had sacrificed too much for him and suffered too much. Long Houchen really did not want her to worry about him anymore. Reconstructing the heart was definitely a complicated process, and throughout the whole process, Long Houchen's spiritual power was constantly increasing. Although his body was suffering extreme pain, Long Houchen also realized that during the process of reconstructing his heart, there was an obvious difference from before. He was not a doctor, nor was he a priest, so naturally, he did not know much about the structure of the heart. But even if he did not know much, if he looked into Long Houchen's body, he would be able to clearly feel that everything was different. The most direct manifestation of this difference was in the color. The human heart was supposed to be red, and even when spiritual power was circulating, the spiritual power could only protect the area around the heart. The first spiritual aperture of the various professions appeared in the middle of the chest, which was actually where the heart was protected. However, during the process of reconstructing Long Houchen's heart, it was completely different. He clearly felt that his flesh and blood were growing, but the growing flesh and blood were completely golden, and there was no red at all. Moreover, when the heart was growing, the spiritual power freely flowed out and completely fused with the flesh and blood. There was a saying in the description of human beings, a heart of gold. And now, Long Houchen had made this saying a reality. His heart was being reconstructed in this golden color. Although Long Houchin did not know what kind of changes such a heart would bring, he had no choice. Before he fainted, he heard what Electrolux said, and he also understood that Electrolux was doing this for his own good. He was afraid that he would have a psychological burden that would affect his future advancement. Even a hateful person had a pitiful side. Long Houchin could not, and did not have the right to, forgive Electrolux for the sake of humanity. His sins were too heavy. However, when he and Kyer listened to Electrolux's story, in Long Houchin's heart, he sympathized with him. At least for him, Electrolux was of great help and gave him a second life. Therefore, when Long Houchin woke up, he subconsciously said thank you to Electrolux in his heart. The pain of the heart remodeling was getting more and more intense, and Long Houchin's willpower was undergoing a huge test. Although it was different from when Kyer climbed the path to heaven. But in terms of physical pain, he had to endure a little more. And Kyer mainly suffered from mental torture at that time. Long Houchin unyieldingly withstood this pain. He only had one thought in his mind for Kyer. In less than a day, all the members of Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, except for Long Houchin, entered deep meditation. The energy in the Tower of Eternity was too pure and too huge. Only by entering deep meditation could they better absorb it and understand everything about themselves. This feeling was very wonderful. Such an opportunity could be said to be blessed by heaven. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. It could be clearly seen that Long Houchin's original clothes had all turned black. Under the effect of the white energy in the Tower of Eternity, his clothes were constantly breaking. Every time it broke, it would be purified by this pure energy. Long Houchin was also moving towards an awkward situation where he was completely naked. This black color was entirely his own sweat, the impurities in his body, and the dark corrosion left by the Demon Emperor's finger on his body were all discharged in this process. More importantly, although Long Houchin experienced great pain, the golden light in front of his chest was becoming stronger and stronger. Yes, his heart remodeling was about to be completed. After 3 days of torture, Long Houchin's consciousness was already a little fuzzy, but he had been gritting his teeth and holding on. He had to face all this with a clear mind. Otherwise, no one knew what would happen after he passed out. Moreover, with such an obvious change in his heart, if he couldn't witness the entire process of its remodeling, Long Houchin would definitely encounter a lot of trouble in his future cultivation. Soon, the whole body of the heart was completed, and the golden blood vessels inside were also slightly fluctuating as they completed their dredging. Long Houchin knew that the most important part of the entire remodeling process was about to come. Only when this remodeled heart began its normal work would he be considered to be completely resurrected. Faced with such a situation, Long Houchin's heart was also perturbed. He was not afraid of death, but he was not willing to die. Remodeling the heart, this was absolutely unprecedented for humans. Could it be successful? Could the heart of eternity really be condensed? Long Houchin had no confidence at all. The difference between the golden heart and the other organs in the body was too obvious. Could such a heart really emit the vitality of life like his original heart? No one could answer this question of Long Houchin, including the departed Electrolux. If Electrolux was still alive, he would definitely be more confident than Long Houchin. However, he would not be 100% confident. Just as Long Houchin's heart was about to be completely remodeled and enter the recovery process. In another world of black and red, a huge body trembled slightly. The scales had long lost their luster, and the huge body had been lying there for a long time. Around its body, there was dark purple blood, and this blood was flowing from its 6 big mouths and noses. It had been in this state for a while. Its vitality had originally completely disappeared. However, at this moment, it actually trembled slightly. A trace of vitality quietly appeared on its body. This fluctuation of vitality first appeared on its scales. The scales had originally lost their luster and were as black as ink, but just now, a small scale on its back suddenly emitted a bright purple light. The amethyst light gradually appeared, and this was the main reason why its body trembled. Yes, it was Hao Yue. After Long Haochen was killed, Hao Yue also lost its vitality. However, just like how Long Haochen's soul did not dissipate with the help of Yi Xiaolei, Hao Yue still maintained a trace of hope of resurrection. In fact, even if Long Haochen's soul dissipated, Hao Yue's real death would still go through a process. With every additional head, its life would become more tenacious. Now that it had 6 heads, even if its bloodline dried up and it died, its body would still not rot for 36 days, and there was still a chance for it to come back to life. This was the advantage of bloodline. Moreover, although Long Haochen's body died of exhaustion, his soul did not dissipate. Therefore, Hao Yue still had a trace of vitality left. A scale lit up like a spark that ignited a prairie. Gradually, one scale after another began to shine brightly. What was even more strange was that the dark purple blood on the ground seemed to be dyed by the purple color of the scale and gradually began to emit a slight energy fluctuation. Spots of purple light gradually separated from the dark purple blood, floated in the air, and landed on Hao Yue's body. Long Haochen's body suddenly stiffened. The last blood vessel in his heart was about to be unblocked, and the decisive moment had finally arrived. TCH, the blood and spiritual energy quietly penetrated the final barrier, and Long Haochen's body suddenly spasmed violently. His consciousness was completely locked on his heart, and because of his nervousness, his body involuntarily spasmed slightly. When the last blood vessel was unblocked, the golden heart also contracted violently. The golden tightness also tightened, and also tightened on Long Haochen's soul. One could clearly see a layer of golden light spreading from the tightened heart. But this time, it wasn't simply spreading and withdrawing. It was embellishing. Long Haochen only felt that at this moment, everything in his body was dyed gold, and the next moment, the golden heart finally expanded again. Thump, 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 thump. Chapter 235. Thump, 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 thump. What a beautiful sound it was. Only those who had truly lost it would know how precious the sound of a heartbeat was. The moment the heartbeat reappeared, Long Haochen's soul almost froze. It was also at this moment, with the powerful heartbeat. The spiritual power in Long Haochen's body was like a geyser, flowing from the heart to the rest of his body. The heart forcefully contracted, expanded, contracted again, and expanded again. A powerful feeling of power instantly spread throughout Long Haochen's body. Not only the internal spiritual power, but even the external spiritual power was also integrated into this powerful feeling. Long Haochen was shocked to find that his heart of eternity, in the process of contracting and expanding, had actually absorbed all the spiritual power in his body into the heart, and then released it all. It must be noted that Long Haochen's original spiritual power was already as high as 50,000. In other words, the heart of eternity could actually carry as much as 50,000 internal spiritual power. Moreover, this seemed to be far from enough to satisfy its appetite. How is this possible? The heart could carry spiritual power, and it was much more than the spiritual aperture could. In the past, this was something that Long Haochen would never have imagined. But at this moment, this powerful state was right in front of him. Thump, 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 thump. The heart contracted, and the spiritual power was squeezed out. The spiritual power in the other spiritual apertures in his body had all been extracted by the heart, so it naturally needed to absorb energy from the outside world to replenish it. Immediately, Long Haochen discovered that his blood vessels, meridians, and even internal organs were all dyed golden by the pure spiritual power in the powerful heartbeat. At this moment, the light attribute in his body could no longer be described as pure. Although the spiritual power seemed to be in a liquid state, Long Haochen felt that it was completely solid. The integration of the two sun of light constitutions had caused Long Haochen's innate internal spiritual power to exceed its original limit. If there was really a device that could measure his current innate internal spiritual power, then it would definitely be terrifying to find that the strength of his innate internal spiritual power was definitely more than 120%. In other words, Long Haochen was no longer a son of light constitution, but a pure god of light constitution. The purity of his own light element was already no different from the power of descent brought by the goddess of light. In this world, it was impossible for anyone to compare to him in terms of the purity of the light attribute. The beating of his heart caused Long Houchen's body to become like a huge black hole. Every time his heart beat, the huge amount of spiritual energy around him would be emptied. At the same time, the heart of eternity itself would also be squeezed out a large amount of light element to replenish Long Houchen's body. It was precisely because of this that his frenzied absorption did not affect his companions who were cultivating around him. The heart of eternity contained all the light attribute essence of Electrolux. Before the heart was reconstructed, it was just quietly deposited there. Now that Long Houchen had finally completed the resurrection process, the light essence began to play its powerful role. In just a short while, Long Houchen was surprised to find that the changes in his body had once again exceeded his understanding. During the absorption process, just now, he was shocked to find that the internal spiritual energy in his body had exceeded 100,000. That's right, it was 100,000, which symbolized the rank 9. In other words, he should be a rank 9 powerhouse now. But in fact, he did not feel like he had broken through at all. His realm should still be at the rank 8. 100,000 spiritual energy was only enough to fill his heart of eternity. And the other spiritual acupoints in his body were still empty, rapidly absorbing spiritual energy in the pulsation of the heart of eternity. What was going on? Why did my spiritual energy exceed 100,000, but not advance to the rank 9? Long Houchen did not have the time to be happy about the improvement of his spiritual energy. He was shocked by the strange changes in his body. This was completely beyond common sense. Even for demons, 100,000 spiritual energy was rank 9. But now he had clearly exceeded 100,000, but he was still in the rank 8 realm. With Long Houchen's intelligence, he quickly found the problem. Breaking through from the rank 8 to the rank 9 was also the process of breaking through from 9 spiritual acupoints to 10. 9 was the extreme number. Only after breaking through 9 spiritual acupoints would one enter another level, which was to break through to the rank 9. And although his internal spiritual energy had exceeded 100,000, by right, he should have broken through 9 spiritual acupoints. But in fact, his spiritual acupoints did not break through. Only his spiritual energy broke through. And all these strange things were because of the heart of eternity. The heart of eternity was equivalent to replacing the original spiritual acupoint in his chest, and it produced a much greater effect than the original spiritual acupoint. And the total number of spiritual acupoints in Long Houchen's body did not exceed 9. This was the key reason why he did not break through to the rank 9 realm. Chest, head, abdomen, shoulders, and groin, these were a total of 7 spiritual acupoints. These were originally built by Long Houchen. Normally, his cultivation could only increase to 70,000 spiritual energy at most, and he would need to continue to open spiritual acupoints to advance. But the appearance of the Heart of Eternity broke this limit. Although the Heart of Eternity replaced the original spiritual acupoints, its storage capacity was not 10,000, but 100,000. This meant that Long Houchen's body's capacity for spiritual energy had increased from 70,000 to 160,000. Hence, although his spiritual energy had improved, his rank 9 realm did not. One could imagine how terrifying it would be for a rank 8 powerhouse to have 160,000 spiritual energy. Furthermore, when Long Houchen's Heart of Eternity was beating, his spiritual energy output was at the 160,000 level. This meant that he was in the rank 8 realm, but his strength was a true rank 9. It was just that he lacked the special abilities of a rank 9 powerhouse. In terms of spiritual energy usage and outburst, he was even more powerful than a rank 9 powerhouse with the same amount of spiritual energy. The Heart of Eternity that Electrolux helped him reconstruct was too powerful. Once Long Houchen could fill up all his spiritual acupoints, his strength would at least double from before. And This was under the condition that he did not continue to cultivate. And with this heart of eternity, Long Houchen's absorption of spiritual energy would be much faster than ordinary rank 8 powerhouses. As long as he could continue to build spiritual acupoints, it would not take long for him to break through to rank 9. Following the recovery of Long Houchen's heart, the consumption of the pure energy in the Tower of Eternity increased significantly. At this time, the rest of the people had almost reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. With such a huge amount of pure energy to absorb, it did not take long for them to reach the bottleneck brought about by the spiritual acupoints. The improvement of spiritual energy could be achieved by absorbing the pure energy here, but the establishment of spiritual acupoints could not be achieved. They could only rely on their own understanding of spiritual energy and the improvement of their strength. Hence, the rapid improvement of their cultivation had started to slow down. But no matter what, in this Tower of Eternity, their cultivation speed was much faster than in the outside world, and the pure energy that they absorbed was only a small portion. Roar dash. The recovery of Long Houchen's heart also represented the beating of another powerhouse's heart. Thump thump, thump thump. In a violent and powerful heartbeat, the purple light was like a prairie fire spreading to every scale. The purple blood on the ground had completely disappeared, and the 6 big heads and 12 eyes were all rippling with a strong purple color. The cold and awe-inspiring roar seemed to express the anger in its heart. Yes, Long Haoyue was awake, and in the process of waking up, its body began to fluctuate violently, and the huge power of the bloodline was operating rapidly. 6 big heads, 6 pairs of eyes were completely rippling with madness. It was full of the aura of destruction. At this point, the Demon Emperor's plan for Long Houchen had completely failed. 4 years later, Jialing Pass, Magic Temple. Silly girl, don't continue to wait. It's been more than 4 years, and there's no news. I'm afraid they... An old magician wearing a luxurious fiery red magic robe tried to persuade them with good intentions. In front of him was a woman in a tight outfit. This woman had long pink hair and looked to be in her 20s. Her appearance was very beautiful, and her eyes were far more profound than ordinary people. Her body was faintly emitting a strong spiritual fluctuation. At this time, her eyes showed a firm and persistent brilliance. Grandpa Lin, don't persuade me. I will not leave the magic temple until I get the exact news of their death. Don't tell me you don't want me anymore. The old magician's eyes flashed with tears. You are really a good girl. Lin Xin, that little bastard was able to find such a good girl like you, is his greatest blessing. It's just that he didn't have the fortune to enjoy this blessing. The Holy War ended 4 years ago, and the demons withdrew. If they were still alive, it's impossible for them to not return for such a long time. The demons' withdrawal is even more inexplicable. Xin, I also don't want to believe that they are dead, but I can't delay your life like this. You're still young. If you delay like this, it will affect your lifelong happiness. Of course, Grandpa Lin is willing to let you stay in the magic temple to accompany me. Compared to that little bastard, you are more like my granddaughter. But Grandpa Lin can't be so selfish. I can't affect your future happiness for my own sake. That's right, this old magician was Lin Xion's grandfather, the Magic Temple's Deputy Temple Master Lin Shun. The girl in front of him was Lin Xion, the Rose of Hell. Although Lin Xion was a knight, she had a great reputation in Jialing Pass and was loved and respected by the soldiers of Jialing Pass. On the battlefield, she always took the lead and was injured many times during the battle. After Lin Xion left, she stayed here and fought with her monster hunters. Just before the end of the Holy War, the leader of her monster hunters, Lu Shi, was killed in a sneak attack by the enemy. The monster hunters disbanded. After the Holy War ended, the other members dispersed and returned to their own temple. Only Lin Xion stayed. She wanted to wait for Lin Xion's return. For the past 4 years, she had stayed in the magic temple to train and accompany Lin Shin. She was filial to Lin Xion. Lin Shin had tried to persuade Lin Xion many times, but she still did what she had to do. She refused to leave. Lin Shen loved this girl who was supposed to be his granddaughter-in-law, but he couldn't be so selfish. Lin Xin had been missing for more than 4 years. The last time he appeared was at the Spirit Temple, Wanshou Pass. After such a long time, the chances of them surviving in the depths of the Devil Race were really too low, no matter how unwilling Lin Shan was to admit it. He didn't want to delay Lin Xion's future. Grandpa Lin, don't say any more. I won't leave. I want to wait for him and Haochen. They will definitely come back. Tears welled up in Lin Xion's eyes. No matter how strong she was, she still had a weak side. Of course, she knew that the chances of Lin Xion and the others surviving were very low. However, even if there was only a sliver of chance, Lin Xion would not admit that they were dead until she saw their corpses. Sai, you silly girl. All right, you can stay for now. In a few days, we will set off for the Holy City to participate in the temple tournament that's held once every 10 years. After the temple tournament, you have to go home no matter what. I know that your father has written to me many times. Lin Xion nodded silently. That's right. Even if she insisted on waiting for Lin Xion and Long Haochen to return, it was time for her to go home. Lin Shen smiled and said, Xion heir, you've already broken through to the 8th level and have rich battle experience. The sword that Grandpa custom-made for you will arrive soon. After the temple tournament, do you have the confidence to challenge the adamantine foundation of the Knights Templars? Lin Xion was no longer the Lin Xion of the past. After 4 years of dedicated cultivation, she had broken through the bottleneck of the 7th level and the 8th level. She was now a level 1 expert of the 8th level. The demon hunters who survived the Holy War had made great progress in their cultivation. She was now a Mithril Foundation Knight. Although it was still difficult for her to challenge the Adamantine Foundation, Lin Shen had custom-made a pair of epic-tier heavy swords for her. This was originally the wealth that Lin Shen had prepared for his only grandson. Since Lin Xion had not returned, he had given this precious gift to Lin Xion. The Holy War back then had brought a great disaster to the Temple League. In that war that lasted for 2 years, who knew how many soldiers of the Temple League had perished at the 6 impregnable passes? But at the same time, the demons had also suffered heavy losses in that Holy War. It had been 4 years since the Holy War ended. In these 4 years, the advantages that the Temple League had accumulated over thousands of years had begun to show. Although the sharp decline in population could not be recovered in a short period of time, other aspects had recovered very quickly. Especially after the Holy War, all the experts of the 6 Great Temple who had survived had a qualitative leap in their strength. Situations like Lin Xion's were very common. After 2 years of the Holy War and 4 years of consolidation, compared to before the Holy War, the number of experts in the Temple League now even exceeded that of the past. It was just that the number of ordinary soldiers was much less than before. The Temple Tournament was about to begin. This was a major event that was held once every 10 years in the Alliance. The strongest experts of the 6 Great Temple would exchange pointers with each other in this grand event. At the same time, a new ranking would also be made. Almost all the higher-ups of the 6 Great Temple knew that this Temple Tournament was of great significance. As the first Temple Tournament after the Holy War, not only would there be a new ranking, but there would also be many decisions to be made. The 2 years of the Holy War had consumed a lot of the Alliance's resources. But at the same time, the demon's strength had also been greatly reduced. Even 2 of the demon god pillars had been destroyed. The Temple League was like a sharp sword that had been sharpened by the demons, becoming sharper and sharper. After the Holy War, humans did not fall into the decline that the Demon Emperor had expected. Instead, they seemed to be thriving. Although compared to the overall strength of the demons, it seemed that the Temple League still had a gap. However, the difference wasn't that great. Once the younger generation that had experienced the Holy War had fully grown, it was hard to say how long the demons could suppress the Temple League. In order to ensure the demons' advantage, the Demon Emperor had devoted all of his efforts to the development of the eastern and southern seas in the past few years. Although there were also demonic beasts in the sea, there was more food there. Food with high nutritional value, played an extremely important role in enhancing the strength of the demons. The demons had never lacked strong experts. Instead of robbing humans and obtaining a pitiful amount of food, it was better to turn to the sea and obtain more from the depths of the sea. This matter was now presided over by the moon demon, Agars. This showed how much importance the demon emperor attached to this matter. The temple tournament was about to begin. The tournament was not just a simple battle. As the most important event of the Temple League, the temple tournament was a comprehensive competition. Finally, the tournament would be ranked according to the total points of each temple. Although this kind of competition could not be completely fair after so many years of development, the Temple League had tried its best to make the temple tournament as fair as possible. As a Mithril Foundation Knight, Lin Xin would naturally represent the Knights Templars in the tournament. Hearing Lin Xin ask her if she wanted to become a knight on a golden pedestal, Lin Xin could not help but smile and shake her head. She said, "Grandpa Lin, I'm still far from that. There are many talented people in the Alliance. Our Knights Templars also have a batch of young experts. There are only a few sets of golden pedestal armor available. I don't want to compete with them. Let's talk about it when I have enough strength." Lin Chun said proudly. "What do you mean you don't have enough strength? Wait until I finish forging the Vulcan dual swords for you. It might not be impossible for you to challenge a 9th grade beginner. I think you should take advantage of this time's temple tournament to win a set of golden pedestal armor." Lin Xin was silent. Lin Chun looked at her expression and naturally knew what she was thinking. "Silly girl, are you still not willing to accept it? Although you are not my biological granddaughter, in my eyes, you are much stronger than that brat Lin Xin. Not to mention the fact that there is no news of him. Even if he comes back alive, I will not leave my assets to that unfilial little bastard. If you still recognize me as your grandpa, don't push it away anymore. Otherwise, Grandpa Lin will really be angry. Don't tell me that you want me to bring my things into my coffin. Moreover, I have already forged the Knight Heavy Sword. What's the point of me keeping it?" Lin Xion's eyes were slightly red. "Grandpa Lin, you are so good to me." Lin Xin smiled and said, "Don't tell me you don't treat your grandfather well. Don't think too much. You have to work hard during this period of time and strive to perform well in the temple tournament. This time's tournament is different from the previous ones. Because of the Holy War 4 years ago, I'm afraid there will be many variables in this tournament. At the same time, it is also a great opportunity for the Alliance." Lin Xion's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded lightly. Lin Chun was one of the upper echelons of the Magic Temple, but she belonged to the Knights Templars after all. Therefore, there were many things that Lin Chun could not say directly. He could only subtly remind her. But with her intelligence, this was enough. Holy City. This was a simple wooden house. The entire structure was made of wood. All the tables and chairs in the house were made of the simplest wooden structure. However, these pieces of wood were very special. There were beautiful wood grains on them, and they gave off a faint osmanthus fragrance. This type of wood was called falling fragrance wood. It was an extremely precious wood. The aura it gave off was very beneficial to the human body. It could prolong one's life, and at the same time, it could refresh one's mind. Behind a simple wooden table sat a young girl quietly. The young girl wore a white dress, and her pure face was flawless. However, there was a faint sadness in her eyes. On the wooden table in front of her, there was a pile of scarlet fragments. From the shape of the fragments, it could be seen that when they were complete, they should have been in the shape of a ball. "It's been 4 years. Damn, Baldy, you bastard. Why haven't I heard from you? The Scarlet Dragon Pearl is broken, and your Scarlet Dragon armor is broken. But do you know that I'm still waiting for you? I believe that you're still alive. You must still be alive, right?" As she spoke, a light purple pearl appeared in her palm out of thin air. The aura this pearl emitted was very strange. There was a faint electric snake circling around it. Although the spiritual energy wave was not strong, it was enough to show its uniqueness. "It's been 4 years. You must still be alive. But where are you? Why haven't you come back after so long? Do you know how much At this point, 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. They landed on the table and created a slight splash. "In the past few months, the Holy City had been especially lively. This was because the Grand Temple Tournament that was held once every 10 years was about to begin. If the Monster Hunters Tournament was a grand event for the younger generation, then the Temple Tournament was the grandest and most important event in the entire Temple League. The Alliance was busy making arrangements for this tournament. Apart from some powerhouses who stayed at the front line, most of the powerhouses from the 6 temples had gathered in the Sanctuary Alliance to make preparations for this temple tournament. Many elders of the Alliance who usually lived in seclusion had also come to the Holy City. Although there were still a few days before the temple tournament, the Temple League headquarters had been holding meetings every day. The higher-ups of the 6 temples had been discussing all sorts of matters. As for what they were discussing, that was the top secret of the Temple League. Only the higher-ups who were participating in the meeting knew. Those with sharp senses would notice that this temple tournament was different from the previous ones. The atmosphere was obviously much more tense. Obviously, something big was about to happen. In a quiet room, 2 old men sat facing each other quietly. Both of them looked very serious, causing the atmosphere in the quiet room to be a little depressing. If someone familiar with the higher-ups of the Temple League was here, they would be surprised to recognize that the 2 of them were influential figures in the Temple League. The 2 temple masters of the Knights Templars, Yang Haohan and Long Tianyin. Yang Haohan was not only the temple master of the Knights Templars, but he was also the Alliance Master of the Temple League. Of course, his term of office as the Alliance Master would come to an end at the beginning of this temple tournament. According to the rules of the Alliance Master could not be reappointed. In other words, this time, Yang Haohan would have to step down as the Alliance Master. Brother Long, this time, we can only rely on you. Sigh. Yang Haohan let out a long sigh. He looked a little lonely. Long Tianyin frowned. I'm afraid the situation will change this time. I'm afraid that our Knights Templars. Yang Haohan naturally knew what he wanted to say. He smiled bitterly. What can we do? In the past 10 years, the most outstanding talents emerged from the younger generation was our Knights Templars. However, in that holy war, we also suffered the greatest loss. Although Xingyu has returned, I don't know why, but he is only willing to stay in the dragon-resisting mountain pass to guard it. No matter what, he is unwilling to participate in this tournament. I can only trouble you. Long Tianyin snorted coldly. Don't mention that unfilial thing. He has this gloomy face all day long. No one knows what he is thinking. Yang Haohan comforted. Don't blame Xingyu. Haochen has been missing for so long. How could he not be worried? Mentioning the 2 words Haochen, the 2 powerful knight of the seal couldn't help but fall silent. That's right. Ever since Long Haochen left the dragon-resisting mountain pass with Han Yu, they have disappeared for more than 4 years. The last time they appeared was in the Soul Temple. After that, there was no more news. For this matter, Long Tianyin and Yang Haohan had personally gone to the Soul Temple to inquire about the news. Long Tianyin fiercely slapped the table in front of him. He said regretfully, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have agreed to let him reorganize the Monster Hunters. If he had stayed in the dragon-resisting mountain pass, how could we be so passive now? More than 4 years ago, he had already broken through to the 8th Order. In these 4 years, even reaching the 9th Order is not impossible. He is the Son of Light, a God's chosen one. Even if his cultivation is a bit weak, if he can obtain the recognition of the eternal and creator throne of God, this time's temple tournament will definitely be able to shine. How could he make things difficult for us 2 old fellows here?" Yang Haohan's expression was gloomy. This matter started because of Wen Zhao. If not for saving Wen Zhao, they wouldn't have disappeared. We have used all kinds of methods to inquire about the news, but have never found anything. But I still don't believe that they were really harmed by the demons. Long Tianyin's eyes revealed a deep sadness. Who would be willing to believe it? The most outstanding talents of our Knights Templars' younger generation have all disappeared. Now we are in a state of crisis. Recently, Li Zhengji has clearly expressed his support for the 6 great temples' reorganization at the Alliance Conference. He wants to end the loose alliance and unite them more closely to establish a united country. This is clearly a provocation to us. Doesn't he want to be the first leader of this new alliance? Yang Haohan said. Li Jingji is a person with strength, but his character is too gloomy and unyielding. Although he looks amiable on the surface, he is extremely arrogant in his bones. With his character, if he controls the new alliance, it won't be a good thing. But now, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to stop him, unless those seniors of the titled monster hunters make a move. Long Tianyin shook his head. That's impossible. Those seniors have already clearly stated that they will only appear as judges in this tournament. It is impossible for them to participate in the tournament. Li Zhengji, humph, this old man wants to see how much he has improved in these 10 years. Whether he can get past me. As the saying goes, the old tiger's prestige is still there. As soon as these words came out, Long Tianyin's body immediately burst forth with a strong fighting spirit. Yang Haohan said, no matter who the final leader is, the establishment of the new alliance cannot be delayed. The Holy War 4 years ago brought us huge losses, but at the same time, it also let us see the light. If the alliance can have a unified voice and coordinate all resources, then I believe it won't be long before we can launch a counterattack against the demons. Long Tianyi nodded and said, yesterday, I met with Shengyu. The Assassin Temple has expressed their support for us. As for the Warrior Temple, I have also greeted Qiu Yonghao, but they have always been on good terms with the Magic Temple. I don't think our chances are high. The Temple of the Priests has always been neutral. Now, the attitude of the Soul Temple is the most important. If they can also support us, then our chances will greatly increase. Yang Haohan said, in terms of supporters, I don't think we need to worry too much. After all, we have controlled the alliance for so many years. In terms of recognition, it won't be weaker than the Magic Temple. Now, the key is the results of the tournament. This is very important. Fighting against the demons, it is inevitable that we will clash with the Demon Emperor. After the establishment of the new alliance, strength will become the most important factor in determining the ownership of power. Li Jingji's talent is extraordinary, and he has been enduring all these years. In the temple tournament 10 years ago, he was obviously holding back. Obviously, he didn't have absolute confidence at that time. This time, however, he is much more high profile. He is determined to win. Old Dragon, you can't be careless. After all, Li Zhengji is young. I think his internal spiritual energy has probably exceeded 200,000, or even higher. Long Tianyin said, no matter what, we have to try. It won't be that easy for him to defeat me. Yang Haohan said, in 3 days, the temple tournament will begin. Let's go. I have to hurry for the elders of the Knights Templars to have a meeting and unify our thoughts. Yes. Long Tianyi nodded. The two powerhouses stood up at the same time and walked out. At this time, a sonorous voice came from outside. Reporting to leader, someone wants to see you. Yang Haohan frowned and said, who is it? He didn't say. He just asked me to pass something to you. The voice outside replied. Yang Haohan opened the door and walked out. Outside, a middle-aged knight in mithril foundation armor stood respectfully, holding a token in his hands. Long Tianyin waved his sleeves, and the token flew towards them. Yang Haohan raised his hand and let the token fall into his hand. The two Knight of the Seal's eyes fell on the token at the same time. What shocked the Mithril Foundation Knight was that when the gazes of the two divine marked knights were focused on the token, their bodies trembled at the same time, and their expressions changed drastically. Instinctively looking at each other, Yang Haohan and Long Tianyin shouted at the Mithril Foundation Knight in unison. Where's the person with the token? Temple League Headquarters, Magic Temple's quiet room. The short and plump Li Zhengji sat quietly in the middle of the quiet room. A layer of faint green light enveloped his body steadily. The green light emitted an obvious metallic luster. It was clearly the appearance of the Ling Gang. Moreover, it looked completely like a solid light shield, without any illusory changes. After letting out a long breath, Li Zhengji slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of green light shot out from his eyes like lightning. They pierced straight into the Ling Gang in front of him. Ding! The light shield of the Ling Gang trembled slightly. In the next instant, it immediately turned into countless green light spots floating in the air. Li Jingji opened his mouth and took a deep breath. In an instant, all the green light spots were sucked into his body and disappeared. Reporting to Temple Master, the elders are all here. A respectful voice came from outside. Okay, Li Jingji responded. His body slowly floated up and landed on his feet. Then, he slowly walked out of the quiet room. A middle-aged man in a green robe waited quietly outside. When he saw Li Jingji coming out, he led the way. The Sanctuary Alliance headquarters was divided into 6 areas according to the different temple. Naturally, the Magic Temple had its own area. After passing through 2 corridors, the middle-aged mage led Li Jingji to a luxuriously decorated meeting room. Although the Magic Temple was inferior to the Knights Templars in terms of status, in terms of wealth, no temple in the entire Temple League could compare to the Magic Temple. Seeing Li Jingji's arrival, everyone in the meeting room stood up. Li Jingji's body moved slightly, and in the next moment, he was already at the seat at the front of the meeting room. At that moment, there were about 50 people in the entire meeting room. Although it was just a simple meeting room, if an outsider were to come here, he would be shocked to find that the concentration of magical elements in this meeting room was at least 10 times that of the outside world. Even a simple breath would cause a sticky feeling. Without a doubt, the strong magical elements were brought about by the people in the meeting room. More than 80% of the mages in the meeting room had white hair and beards. They had obviously been waiting for Li Jingji to preside over the meeting. From this, one could also see Li Jingji's status in the Magic Temple. When other temple held similar meetings, the temple master would usually not be the last to arrive. This was out of respect for the elders of the temple. Li Jingji was obviously the last to arrive. Apart from his own temperament, the most important thing was naturally his control over the Magic Temple. Li Jingji's gaze swept across everyone in the meeting room and said in a deep voice, "Elders, the temple tournament is about to begin." According to reliable sources, this time, the Knights Templars will be sending Long Tianyin. The Knights Templars have always supported the establishment of the new alliance. With our help this time, it is basically set in stone. I have always been against the establishment of a new alliance and the integration of the forces of the 6 temples. It is not that I do not see the advantages of the new alliance, but it is because the Magic Temple does not have the power to lead. However, the situation in this temple tournament is different. Chapter 236. I hope that everyone here can support me unreservedly and act as one. I don't want to hear any discordant voices. In order to defeat the demons, the new alliance must have strong leadership. As the saying goes, one must not pass on responsibility. The Knights Templars are old, and I have the confidence to lead the new alliance in another holy war against the demons. In my lifetime, I will lead the alliance, lead mankind, and take back the land that belongs to us. Li Jingji's tone was calm, but it was filled with unquestionable authority. Hearing his words, although some of the elders frowned and showed slight dissatisfaction, most of them had a fanatical look in their eyes. The Magic Temple's position in the alliance had always been second, suppressed by the Knights Templars for too long. It was only when the genius wind magician Li Jingji appeared that the situation began to change. Now it was finally time to act. How could they not be excited? Lord Lin. Li Jingji turned to look at Lin Shun, who was not far away. Lin Shun nodded at him and said, "Everything is ready." Li Jingji smiled and said, "All right then, I will now announce the candidates for this temple tournament." The Knights Templars and the Magic Temple were not the only ones holding meetings. The other temples were also holding similar meetings. The establishment of the new alliance was imminent. What the upper echelons of the 6 temples needed to do now was to determine the amount of power that their temple would gain in the new alliance. The atmosphere of the Warrior Temple's meeting was much more relaxed than the Magic Temple's. Qiu Yonghao sat in the main seat, and the 30 or so elders of the Warrior Temple were all present. All right, it's decided. This time, we will do our best to help the Magic Temple win. Lord Li Jingji has promised us that after the new alliance is established, the Warrior Temple will have an important position. I have already announced all the arrangements. Do any of you have any suggestions or opinions? This is the last meeting before the temple tournament begins. If anyone has any opinions, please voice them out immediately. Otherwise, I'll take it as you've agreed to work together. The warrior temple had already held similar meetings many times, and those who had objections had already raised them. At this moment, under Qiu Yonghao's gaze, the elders of the warrior temple nodded their heads one after another, expressing their approval of his final decision. At this moment, an abrupt voice broke the harmonious atmosphere of the meeting. I have an opinion. The voice appeared very suddenly and seemed somewhat illusory. In the next moment, right next to Qiu Yonghao, the palace master of the warrior temple, a silver light shone without any warning. A warrior covered entirely in silver armor appeared out of thin air. The elders of the warrior temple were taken aback. Who would have thought that someone would dare to cause trouble in the warrior temple when the elders were having a meeting? Moreover, the person had used a skill similar to instant teleportation. Qiu Yonghao was stunned as well. However, his reaction was quick. He was absolutely sure that the person who appeared out of nowhere was not one of the elders of the warrior temple. Furthermore, the other party had appeared right next to him, giving him a great sense of threat. Almost instinctively, Qiu Yonghao's left palm struck out, heading straight for the chest of the silver-armored warrior who had appeared. This simple palm strike was not to be underestimated. With a single strike, the air within a 1-meter radius was instantly sucked dry. In the middle of Qiu Yonghao's palm, it was as if there was a black hole forcefully sucking in the silver-armored warrior, preventing him from escaping. As a Type 9 powerhouse, Qiu Yonghao's strength had improved tremendously after he had comprehended the sword intent left behind by Long Haochen. At this moment, when he displayed it, he had reached the realm of simplifying the complex and concealing the clumsy. The silver-armored warrior did not dodge at all. Facing Qiu Yonghao's palm strike, she too struck out with her own. The silver-armored warrior's palm met Qiu Yonghao's left palm. When both palms came into contact, a strange scene appeared. Qiu Yonghao's body trembled slightly, and he stepped down from his seat. The silver-armored warrior, on the other hand, swayed her shoulders and took a step back. The strangest thing was that, at their level of collision, there was actually no leakage of spiritual energy, and there was no violent explosion. After the two palms met, it was as if nothing had happened. For a moment, the elders of the warrior temple could not help but have their expressions change. They all flashed and surrounded the silver-armored warrior. The most shocked was naturally Qiu Yonghao himself. The lack of spiritual energy leakage was not his doing, but the ability of the silver-armored warrior. It seemed that when the two palms met, the other party was at a disadvantage. However, the other party had also restrained all of his spiritual energy and restrained it with the power of space. His overall cultivation should not be lower than his. Moreover, through this contact, he could also feel that the other party had no ill intentions. Qiu Yonghao raised his hand, stopping the group of warrior temple elders who were planning to make a move. He stood up and looked at the silver-armored warrior doubtfully. He did not know why, but after the collision just now, he had a clear sense of familiarity. "Who are you?" Qiu Yonghao asked in a deep voice. The silver-armored warrior did not take off his helmet, and just stood there quietly, without moving. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qiu Yonghao's ears were moving slightly. It was obvious that he was receiving the silver-armored warrior's voice transmission. Listening to the voice transmission of this uninvited guest, the shock on Qiu Yonghao's face became more and more intense. He suddenly waved his hand and said to the elders of the warrior temple, "The meeting will end here for now. I have something to discuss with this warrior in detail. Everyone go back first. This matter must be kept strictly confidential." As he spoke, he nodded at the silver-armored warrior and strode out. The sudden appearance of the silver-armored warrior shocked all the higher-ups of the warrior temple. From the armor, it could be seen that she was indeed a warrior. Taking Qiu Yonghao's attack head-on had only put her at a slight disadvantage. In addition, she had appeared suddenly with the power of space. For a moment, the higher-ups of the warrior temple could not imagine when such a powerful warrior had appeared in the temple. Moreover, from the voice that interrupted Qiu Yonghao, they could tell that she was actually a woman. The silver-armored warrior followed Qiu Yonghao to a secret room in the warrior temple inside the Sanctuary Alliance. Qiu Yonghao closed the door, and a layer of golden light spread out from his body. The golden light condensed and emitted a metallic luster, instantly covering every corner of the room. Using the Ling Gang to seal off the perception of this place from the outside world. Only a powerhouse at Qiu Yonghao's level could do that. Yuan, is it really you? Qiu Yonghao had just released the Ling Gang, and he asked impatiently. Taking off the helmet, the silver-armored warrior revealed a beautiful face. Her eyes were filled with determination and calmness. Wang Yuan greets the temple master. That's right. The person who suddenly appeared in the warrior temple meeting and interrupted Qiu Yonghao was Wang Yuan, who had been missing for more than 4 years. Although Qiu Yonghao already knew Wang Yuan's identity through the voice transmission, when he saw Wang Yuan's face, he could not help but tremble with excitement. Yuan, you're finally back. Where have you been for the past 4 years? Back then, when Wang Yuan left with Long Haochen, Qiu Yonghao had been sad for a long time. It was not just because of Wang Yuan's family that had passed away, but also because of Wang Yuan's strong talent and character. During the Sacred War, Wang Yuan had made a name for herself as the bloody war goddess with her own strength. Even some rank 9 powerhouses might not have contributed as much as she did in the Sacred War. In the Southeast Fortress, the title of the bloody war goddess was unparalleled. At that time, Qiu Yonghao had already made up his mind to train her well, and even to train her as a successor. Perhaps Wang Yuan's talent could not be compared to Long Haochen's, but what Qiu Yonghao valued was her unwavering determination. Even men would find it hard to have such determination, yet it appeared on Wang Yuan. However, when Long Haochen reached the Southeast Fortress, Wang Yuan left with him without hesitation, rejecting all of Qiu Yonghao's suggestions. After that, there was no more news of her. Furthermore, Qiu Yonghao had found out from various sources that it was not just Wang Yuan who had disappeared, but the entire monster hunters. This matter had caused a huge uproar in the upper echelons of the Temple League. After all, Long Haochen's existence was extremely special. Because of this, Yang Wenjiao had been impeached by the other upper echelons of the temple, blaming him for allowing Long Haochen to reorganize the monster hunters. Who would have thought that after 4 years, Wang Yuan would actually return? Moreover, her strength had actually grown to such an extent in just 4 years. After bowing respectfully, Wang Yuan's beautiful eyes emitted a dazzling radiance. Temple Master, not only have I returned, my companions have also returned. Qiu Yonghao was shocked once again. You mean Long Haochen and the rest have also? Wang Yuan nodded. Leader has asked me to pass a message to you, Temple Master. We will be participating in this temple tournament as legend-grade monster hunters. If we can achieve a certain level of results, we hope to obtain the support of you and the warrior temple. Qiu Yonghao was slightly stunned. You mean you will be participating as legend-grade monster hunters? This, Wang Yuan said, according to the rules of the temple tournament. Legend-grade monster hunters, as a group that has made a special contribution to the Alliance, have the qualifications to participate in the tournament independently. They can also calculate their points. If you end up in the top 3, then you will have the qualifications to propose a condition that the Alliance can fulfill. Qiu Yonghao furrowed his brows and said, Yuan, you've been gone for so long. Now that you've returned so suddenly, you're going to participate in the grand competition of the Saint Hall. Do you know that the significance of this grand competition of the Saint Hall is extraordinary? What does Long Haochen want to do? He was very clear that Long Haochen was the true core of the light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Wang Yuan smiled and said, It's precisely because this grand competition of the Sacred Hall is so special that we have to participate. Temple Master Qiu, are you willing to support us? Qiu Yonghao said in a deep voice, Since you have come to participate in the tournament, you should know all the rules. Even if you're a legend-grade monster hunters, it is almost impossible for you to achieve anything with the strength of your group. It is even more impossible for you to enter the top 3 in terms of points. Although Long Haochen is indebted to the warrior temple, this time you are causing trouble, and I will not support you, nor will I give you any promises. I represent the warrior temple. Wang Yuanyuan's eyes flashed. Then, what if we can obtain the first place in terms of points, above all the other 6 great temples? Are you willing to support us? Qiu Yonghao's body trembled. He could hear the strong confidence in Wang Yuanyuan's words. Previously, he had already tested Wang Yuanyuan's strength, and although it was just a simple contact, he could tell that Wang Yuanyuan's cultivation had already broken through to the 9th realm. Thinking of this, he could not help but be shocked. That's right. Wang Yuanyuan was only a warrior of the light of dawn monster hunters, and her cultivation had already reached the 9th realm. Then, how high would Long Haochen's cultivation be? Moreover, they had once destroyed the demon god pillar. Thinking of this, Qiu Yonghao's expression softened. Yuanyuan, what exactly do you want to do? What is your goal? Wang Yuanyuan said, Temple Master, we only have one goal, and that is to lead the humans to defeat the demons. Qiu Yonghao shook his head. This is a serious matter, and you came so suddenly, I can't give you an answer. Wang Yuanyuan nodded. All right then. I believe the leader will have the ability to convince you, and the other 6 great temples higher-ups. At least for now, against the demons, strength is still the most important thing. I will take my leave first. Please keep the matter of our return secret. Qiu Yonghao said, Yuanyuan, don't underestimate the temple tournament. Perhaps your strength has improved greatly. However, the foundation of the Great Temple is not something your group of monster hunters can contend against. Wang Yuanyuan smiled. I think you will see a surprise. Qiu Yonghao smiled bitterly. Actually, I don't want this surprise, because it will make things more difficult for me. Although I don't believe that you will succeed, if you really reach that step, the warrior temple will at least maintain a neutral position. Wang Yuanyuan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Her real purpose for coming here was to first greet Qiu Yonghao, clearly indicating that she had returned, and to first leave a deep impression on him before the temple tournament. However, she did not expect Qiu Yonghao to say the word neutral. The warrior temple was a loyal supporter of the magic temple, and it was very important for Long Haochen's plan that they could maintain a neutral position. As the temple master of the warrior temple, Qiu Yonghao naturally did not think highly of the Light of Dawn monster hunters because of the kindness that Long Haochen had done for the warrior temple. Personal kindness was one thing, and the interests of the temple were another. The reason why he said that he was neutral was because he thought highly of the Light of Dawn's future. How old was Wang Yuanyuan this year? Less than 30 years old. How many years had it been since the warrior temple had a rank 9 powerhouse under the age of 30? Not only the warrior temple, but the entire alliance had not seen a rank 9 powerhouse at such an age. Moreover, from Wang Yuanyuan's words, he could also tell that she was not the only rank 9 powerhouse among the Light of Dawn monster hunters. The fact that they had the confidence to participate in the temple tournament as monster hunters was already saying a lot. Long Haochen was a genius of a generation, and after disappearing for more than 4 years, they had returned today. Whether it was talent or age, it indicated that they were bound to become the mainstay of the 6 major temples in the future. The warrior temple took the initiative to express goodwill for the sake of the future. Qiu Yonghao did not think that the Light of Dawn monster hunters could gain anything from this temple tournament at all. Since that was the case, why couldn't he do something good for them? It was after much consideration that he made such a promise to Wang Yuanyuan. A heated debate was going on in the conference room of the Sanctuary Alliance's Assassin Temple. Temple Master Shengyu, I don't think we should still go all out to support the Knights Templars this time. Can't you see that the Knights Templars are already on the decline? The one who spoke was an old man. The old man was thin and small, and his old face was full of wrinkles like orange peels. He was bald. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a candle in the wind, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, he had a pair of extremely sharp eyes that were as cold as an eagle's. At this moment, there was even a hint of resentment. For the past 10 years, there hasn't been a new Knight of the Seal among the Knights Templars. Among the original 3 Knight of the Seal, Yang Wenjiao couldn't participate this time because he was the leader of the alliance in the previous tournament. Long Xingwu didn't even come. How much can Long Tianyin alone do? This temple tournament is different from the past. It will determine the future direction of the alliance. If we stand in the wrong direction, it is very likely that it will lead to the decline of the temple, and our voice in the new alliance will be greatly reduced. Although we won't support the magic temple in turn, we should at least remain neutral. We can't act like we did before. Although the old man was thin and small, his voice was as loud as a bell. His speech caused the entire conference room to tremble slightly. Sheng Yu sat at the head of the table, but at this moment, his expression was as calm as still water. This wasn't the first Assassin Temple elder to raise an objection. Although he was the Assassin Temple master, the Assassin Temple elders had much more authority than the other temple elders, especially the one who spoke in front of him. Assassin Temple head elder Xue Jisheng. In terms of seniority, he was a generation older than Shang Yu. He was the representative of the Assassin Temple's older generation powerhouses. His strength was second to none in the Assassin Temple. He was a rank 2, rank 9 powerhouse, close to rank 3. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a mainstay of the Assassin Temple. Moreover, as the head elder, there were many people in the Assassin Temple Elder Council who supported him. Now that he had expressed his opinion in such an intense manner, the impact on this conference would be a turning point. There were a total of 41 people in the Assassin Temple's upper echelons and elders. After hearing Xue Jisheng's words, at least half of them nodded slightly. Another elder chimed in. Elder Xue is right. In the Holy War 4 years ago, we suffered great losses. The same goes for the Knights Templars. As a result, the Magic Temple and the Soul Temple suffered the least in the Holy War, and their momentum of development in the past few years has been the fastest. In this year's Temple Tournament, I also don't think that the Knights Templars will be able to defend their title. Perhaps maintaining a neutral stance is the best choice. A cold glint flashed in Sheng Yu's eyes. He said in a low voice, Elders, I understand what you mean. You are all doing this for the good of the Assassin Temple's future. But have you thought about it? How many years have we been allied with the Knights Templars? If we give up this alliance just because they aren't strong enough to defend their title, how will the other temple look at us after the new alliance is established? Not only will we lose a strong ally, but we will also be looked down upon by the other temple. Let's put it another way. In the Holy War 4 years ago, if we didn't have the Knights Templars' all-out support, would we have been able to last until the end of the Holy War? In order to help us defend the Exorcist Mountain Pass, how many loyal Knight souls did the Knights Templars leave at the top of the wall? Don't tell me you want to burn the bridge after crossing the river. I've already made up my mind. Regardless of whether the Knights Templars are able to defend their title or not, the Assassin Temple will support them with all our strength. Even if the Knights Templars are defeated, at least we can still unite as one. Our goal is the demons, not civil strife. I believe that no matter who holds the power in the new alliance, they will not oppress the other temple too much. This wasn't the first time Shang Yu said something like this in the meeting, but the Assassin Temple had never reached a consensus. The temple tournament was about to begin. The Assassin Temple's choice and direction could no longer be deviated. They had to make a decision today. But the voices of opposition were still very loud. Among the 6 great temple, the one with the lowest control over the temple was probably Shang Yu. The reason was historical. After all, his teacher, the previous Assassin Temple master, had passed away many years ago. Xue Jisheng and his teacher used to be rivals. At that time, the competition between the two was very intense, and there was not much difference in strength and influence. Now that Sheng Yu had lost his teacher's support, he naturally did not have much of an advantage in the Assassin Temple. This was also one of the reasons why he had hardened his heart to let Kai air fuse with the spiritual stove of samsara. He hoped that one day, when his granddaughter took control of the Assassin Temple, she would not be like him. Chief Elder Xue Jisheng said in a deep voice, Since you insist on having your way, then let's vote by a show of hands. As the Temple Master, you alone have 3 votes, and I, as the Chief Elder, have 2 votes. The minority obeys the majority. There has to be a result today. Hearing this, Sheng Yu's heart sank. He understood that since Xue Jisheng wanted to vote in this way, it meant that he had absolute confidence in obtaining the support of the majority. Once the final decision was made, even if he was the assassin temple master, he could not change anything. Moreover, his authority would also receive a huge blow. At this point, Sheng Yu could no longer stop the vote in front of him. Because of his anger, he could not help but clench his fists as he looked at Xue Jisheng opposite him with a burning gaze. Xue Jisheng's cold gaze did not give in at all. Although he was old, the influence of the strongest person in the Assassin Temple was still huge. Just when the atmosphere of the meeting was extremely tense, and a conflict could even break out, a cold voice suddenly sounded from all directions in the meeting room. What's the use of voting? There is no doubt that there is only one reason why you oppose supporting the Knights Templars. That is, the Knights Templars' fists are not big enough, and they're not strong enough. Since that is the case, our decision should be based on strength. Whoever is the strongest should be the one who makes the decision. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present could clearly feel the temperature in the entire meeting room plummet. There was no killing intent, but there was an incomparably terrifying killing intent coming from all directions. Although at least half of the powerhouses in the Assassin Temple had a cultivation base above the 9th level, in the face of this terrifying killing intent, everyone felt as though they had fallen into an ice house. Be it Sheng Yu or Xue Jisheng, both were shocked. The sudden appearance of this killing intent was simply too sharp. The Assassin Temple was most proficient in killing, but at this moment, when they were enveloped in this killing intent, they could not help but feel shocked. When did this person arrive? There were so many powerhouses present, but not a single one of them had noticed. Furthermore, this killing intent had clearly reached the level of a domain realm. In the Assassin Temple, there are close to 29th level powerhouses, but only 4 of them truly possessed domains. One of them was Sheng Yu and Xue Jisheng. It was precisely because they possessed domains that they had a deeper understanding of domains. This sudden appearance of ice-cold killing intent, in terms of level, was clearly above their domains. That kind of formless oppression was what shocked them the most. A black figure appeared noiselessly right above the center of the meeting room. The meeting room was 7 meters high, and currently, she was very close to the roof. A long black dress covered her entire body, and her light purple hair spread out behind her, extending all the way to her feet. The long hair spread out slightly, and that ice-cold, killing intent was emitted from her body. In her right hand, a huge scythe emitted a blue and purple light amidst the black background. Even though she was just floating there, she gave off a feeling as though she was the core of heaven and earth. Everyone could feel the terrifying killing intent from her body, as though she was using all her might to deal with them. No one dared to act blindly without thinking, because even Xue Jisheng, no one had the confidence to receive a blow from her with all her might. Her peerlessly beautiful face was slightly pale, but her eyes were filled with an endless depth. Layers of white halos slowly emitted from her body. The halos were not strong, but the simple whiteness gave off an unparalleled sense of nobility. An even stronger white halo appeared on her chest. That ball of white light was filled with a sense of holiness. When he saw her appear, Sheng Yu suddenly felt his eyes blur and tears welled up. He unconsciously loosened his tightly clenched fists, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. She's back. She's finally back. When they heard Sheng Yu's slightly trembling voice, the higher-ups of the Temple of Assassins could not help but be shocked. Almost everyone knew that Sheng Yu had a granddaughter who had inherited the sword of samsara, but there weren't many people who had actually seen Kai. They only knew that Kai had gone missing more than 4 years ago. At this moment, Kai had once again appeared in front of everyone, but it gave them such a strong sense of shock. Could it be that she had really grasped the power of the sword of samsara? But how old was she? She was only in her 20s. Kai looked at Xue Jisheng with a deep gaze and said calmly, "Before we vote, I challenge Elder Shui as the reincarnation saintess of the Temple of Assassins. If I win, I want the position of the chief elder of the Temple of Assassins. If you win." She paused for a moment and suddenly smiled. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple cities and countries. Everyone present was stunned. "You won't win, so there are no ifs. I'll bring everyone to a place where it will be convenient for Elder Shui to display his skills." As she spoke, she swung the death scythe in her hand horizontally. A layer of crystal-clear white light immediately turned into a light shield, enveloping everyone within it. Then, everyone saw the white light on Kai Er's chest shine brightly. In the next moment, everything around them became illusory. Space travel. Moreover, it was a space travel with so many people. With a flash of white light, all the higher-ups of the Temple of Assassins appeared in a hall that was emitting a faint white halo. Everything in the surroundings had an illusory feeling. Gentle, spiritual fluctuations circulated in the air. Those were pure, non-attribute, elemental fluctuations. They weren't strong, but they gave people a sense of majesty. The higher-ups of the Temple of Assassins were completely shocked. Kai Er's sudden return had already surprised them. At this moment, everything that she had displayed was beyond the understanding of the higher-ups of the Temple of Assassins. They did not even know what Kai had done to achieve such a miraculous feat. This was obviously not the Holy Demon's continent anymore. But where was this place? Could it be that Kai Er's cultivation had reached a level where she could open up another space? Shui Jixing's expression turned ugly. His gaze was fixed on the death scythe in Kai Er's hand. He was the only one present who could recognize that the white light emitted by the death scythe was the light of purification. Moreover, it was so pure that it made one's heart palpitate. Shui Jixing had long heard that Shengyu had a granddaughter who was the reincarnation saint. She was talented and had an innate internal spiritual energy of over 90. But in his opinion, even if Kai Er was still alive, she was still young. Moreover, she had been missing for so long. But he didn't expect that Kai would come back at this time. Moreover, from Sheng Yu's expression, even he did not expect Kai Er to appear at this time. Kai Er's gaze swept across the higher-ups of the Temple of Assassins. She said indifferently, "Everything depends on strength. I will challenge you one by one. Whoever accepts my challenge and loses will have the right to vote. Those who do not accept my challenge will be considered as forfeiting." Shui Jixing snorted coldly. "Little girl, what right do you have to do this?" Kai Er smiled indifferently. "I'm a member of the Temple of Assassins. Strength is my right. According to the rules of the Temple of Assassins, when one's cultivation reaches the 9th order, one can automatically become an elder of the temple. Since that is the case, I am already a member of the elders of the temple. Moreover, all of this is not important to me. This is my world. Without my permission, you will not be able to leave. If you do not accept my proposal, then you can stay here forever." "You?" Shui Jixing was furious. Although Kai Er had a smile on her face and spoke in a relaxed manner, the overbearing tone in her words almost made the head elder's lungs explode. A little girl in her 20s actually dared to speak to him like this. "Shengyu, is this how you discipline your granddaughter?" Shui Jixing turned to Shengyu and pressured him. At this moment, Shengyu had long since lost his previous resentment. He smiled indifferently and said, "Kai Er is my granddaughter, but she is also the treasure of our Temple of Assassins. Everyone should have heard that Kai Er began to fuse with the spiritual stove of samsara at the age of 3 and obtained the approval of the Sword of Samsara. However, do you know how much pain and suffering Kai had to go through in order to fuse with the spiritual stove of samsara? Her 6 senses were lost, and she spent a long time alone in a cold cave when she was only 3 years old. All of this was for the sake of making our Temple of Assassins stronger. Perhaps she is still young, but in my opinion, what she has done for the Temple of Assassins is no less than that of anyone here. She has been missing for more than 4 years. Now that she has finally returned, it is also time for me to step back. What we will be voting on next is not just the attitude of the Temple of Assassins in the temple competition. At the same time, I also propose that Kai take over my position as the master of the Temple of Assassins. Oh, there's one more thing that I have forgotten to announce to everyone. As early as 5 years ago, Kai was officially awakened by the reincarnation saintess and became the chosen one of the Grim Reaper. I believe that her cultivation as the chosen one of the Grim Reaper has already reached the advanced level. It is time for the Temple of Assassins to unite as one. For some people, Shang Yu's words were earth-shattering. The chosen one of the Grim Reaper would take over the position of the Temple of Assassins. This was too important for the Temple of Assassins. Looking at the Grim Reaper scythe in Kai Er's hand, some people's expressions gradually relaxed. Perhaps, among the elders present, there were more who supported Xue Jisheng than Shang Yu. However, they were all thinking for the sake of the Temple of Assassins. 10 years ago, Shang Yu had proposed that when Kai could truly control the Sword of Reincarnation and reach the 9th stage, he would pass the position to her. At that time, it had been unanimously approved. The former son of Reincarnation had brought the Temple of Assassins to the peak of the alliance. Why couldn't the new Reincarnation Saintess do the same? At this time, Kai had returned. Her cultivation had clearly broken through to the 9th step, and she even had a domain-like ability, as well as the miraculous ability to open another space. Those who truly cared for the good of the Temple of Assassins knew how to choose. Most importantly, Kai was only in her 20s, a 9th stage expert in her 20s, the successor of the Sword of Reincarnation, and the chosen one of the Grim Reaper. Everyone knew what it meant to the Temple of Assassins. Even if Kai had just broken through to the 9th stage, so what if she was given another 10 years? Everyone knew how powerful Li Zhengji was. However, his innate internal spiritual energy was only 80. He was only a wind elemental user, yet his cultivation was already so powerful. On the other hand, with an innate internal spiritual energy of more than 90 and infinitely close to 100, how powerful would Kai be in 10 years' time? By then, the Temple of Assassins would no longer need to rely on anyone, right? Someone else should rely on them. Thinking of this, the higher-ups of the Assassin Temple all had varying degrees of change in their attitudes. Chapter 237. As the chief elder of the Assassin Temple, Xue Jisheng was experienced. How could he not see the change in the minds of the people around him? Just like what Kai said, strength was a very important factor in having the right to speak. Moreover, she had the symbolic sword of samsara. It had a very important position in the Assassin Temple. In addition, Shang Yu already had a portion of supporters. If this continued, his control over the Elder Council would definitely be greatly affected. Xue Jisheng strongly supported the Assassin Temple's neutrality because he had his own reasons. First of all, he was thinking for the Assassin Temple. At the same time, he had his own selfish motives. Li Zhengji, the master of the Magic Temple, had promised him that as long as he kept the Assassin Temple neutral, he would be invited to take up a high position in the new alliance. Although Xue Jisheng was old, his desire for power had never diminished. Perhaps it was because the more he could not get, the more he desired. Seeing that Shang Yu and Kai were about to regain control of the situation, he would not give up. With a cold snort, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth from his body, attracting everyone's attention to himself. Very well. Let me see if you, the Reincarnation Saintess, are qualified to take up such an important position. If you win, I will support you unconditionally in any decision you make in the future. At the same time, I will support you to take over Shang Yu. If you lose, then stay in the temple for a few more years. When you are powerful enough, you can take up a high position. No matter what, Xue Jisheng was a senior member of the Assassin Temple. After a short moment of anger, he had some understanding of Kai after listening to Shang Yu's explanation. Of course, he also knew that Kai existence meant that the Assassin Temple would have a glorious future. Therefore, his tone was much calmer. Of course, he did not think that Kai could achieve anything now. After all, she was still so young. He hoped that he could take control of the Assassin Temple and establish a good position in the new alliance. As for the future, it was the world of young people like Kair. Therefore, he decided to accept Kair's challenge and prove everything with his strength. At the same time, he was also trying to get the higher-ups of the Assassin Temple to continue supporting him. Shengyu didn't even look at Xue Jisheng. There was only a relaxed smile on his usually serious face. He knew that Xue Jisheng had already lost when Kair had brought a group of high-ranking members of the Assassin Temple here. Not in terms of cultivation, but in terms of age and future. Even if he didn't say anything, more and more people would support Kair. As for this competition, let be carried out. Regardless of whether she won or lost, Kair would be able to leave a deep impression in the hearts of the people. It was just a matter of time before she took control of the Assassin Temple. With a slight shake of his body, Xue Jisheng's body disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared 20 meters away from Kair. With his hands behind his back, his aged face was as calm as an ancient well. A pair of cold eyes stared at Kair like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Make your move. As an expert of the older generation, Xue Jisheng was 4 generations older than Kair. No matter what, he wouldn't make the first move. Kair smiled and said softly, "Then you have to be careful." The Grim Reaper scythe in her hand paused slightly on the ground. A pure white light of purification immediately spread in all directions. Everyone saw as if there was an additional flash of lightning in the sky. Kair's Grim Reaper scythe was already slashing at Xue Jisheng. Just as Kair made her move, Xue Jisheng's body suddenly disappeared. Where he had been, there was only a faint silver afterimage left. As the strongest expert in the Assassin Temple, Xue Jisheng was a space attribute assassin. The title of the strongest expert wasn't just for show. He was indeed very powerful. Kair's attack missed, just when everyone felt that she was going to be at a disadvantage. A miraculous scene unfolded. The Grim Reaper scythe made a strange turn in the air. As it swept past rapidly, Kair's entire body instantly turned white. On the Grim Reaper scythe, a huge white light blade with a feeling of vastness slashed out horizontally. Grim Reaper's 7 ultimate, first ultimate, Death's Downfall. Dang, a figure was sent flying in the air in a sorry state. As it turned out, when the huge white light blade swept through the air, Xue Jisheng had coincidentally appeared at the position where its power had been raised to the highest level. Xue Jisheng had just used instant transmission to travel through space, but now he had to face such a powerful attack. One could imagine the pressure Xue Jisheng was under. The murderous intent that had burst out from Kair's body seemed to have disappeared. However, when the huge scythe slashed towards him, Xue Jisheng felt as if his body was about to be disintegrated. A pair of silver short blades, emitting an orange-red glow, crossed in front of the white light. He felt his soul shake violently, and his space attribute's spiritual power dissipated rapidly. After coming into contact with the white light blade, his Ling Gang actually showed signs of collapsing. Attribute suppression. This was the effect of the purification attribute's absolute suppression on the space attribute. Xue Jisheng clearly felt that Kair's spiritual power was inferior to his. However, under the huge white light blade's attack, he was the one who was sent flying. What shocked him even more was that the blue and purple Grim Reaper scythe followed closely behind the white light and slashed violently on his pair of short blades. With this pair of epic-level short blades, Xue Jisheng could block the attack of the purification light. However, at the moment when they collided with the Grim Reaper scythe, Xue Jisheng's body suddenly shook as if he had been electrocuted. To his horror, he saw that the same cracks rapidly appeared on his short blades. Although this attack didn't destroy the pair of epic-level short blades, what about the next attack? With a shake of his body, Xue Jisheng's body disappeared again, and Kair didn't chase after him either. She just stood there quietly. A layer of white mist spread out in the shape of lotus petals. At this moment, she looked like a fairy standing in the heart of the flower. Wherever the white petals passed, a faint white mist began to appear in the air. It wasn't enough to affect people's vision. It didn't even feel powerful. However, it was this white mist that gave people an indescribable sense of fear. The petals spread all the way to a diameter of 30 meters before stopping. The other higher-ups of the Assassin Temple weren't enveloped by it. Domain. This was clearly a domain. Kyra, who was only in her 20s, actually had a domain that belonged to her. Moreover, no one could tell what the purpose of her domain was. There were many types of domains, and there was never a domain that was exactly the same. As everyone knew, the domain that an assassin was good at mainly targeted an individual. In a small area, an assassin's domain had always been regarded as the strongest. The range of Kyra's domain was considered small among the assassin's domains. And the smaller the domain, the stronger the explosive power. The unknown was the scariest. It was precisely because no one understood what Kyra's domain meant that they were more likely to feel a sense of reverence. Whether it was the domain that Kyra displayed or the attack that sent Xue Jisheng flying, she had sufficiently proved her strength to the higher-ups of the Assassin Temple. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the number of her supporters wouldn't be small. The smile on Sheng Yu's face became even wider. After not seeing her for more than 4 years, not only did Kai Er's strength grow to a level that would shock even him, even her temperament had greatly improved. Not only was she fighting Xue Jisheng, but she was also fully displaying her strength so that the higher-ups of the Assassin Temple would acknowledge her even more. At this moment, with Kyra's body as the center and her domain as the boundary, 12 bright silver doors suddenly appeared, completely surrounding her. The 12 airspace domains, the domain of the Assassin Temple's chief, Elder Xue Jisheng. It was also a domain that was more suitable for individual combat, a powerful spatial attribute domain. The erection of these 12 silver doors immediately blocked the line of sight of the higher-ups of the Assassin Temple. Fortunately, this place was high enough. Each of them released their spiritual wings and soared into the sky, overlooking the battlefield below from the sky. Facing the 12 airspace domains, Kyra still stood calmly in the center, motionless. The white halos that resembled lotus petals no longer spread outwards. She seemed to be waiting there silently. Suddenly, a silver light burst forth from the silver gate at Kyra's side. The speed of this silver light was so fast that it was even faster than the naked eye could follow it. Almost as soon as the silver door flashed, in the next instant, it had already drilled into another silver light door on the opposite side and disappeared. The most powerful feature of the 12 airspace domains was encirclement. Being restricted by this domain, unless one defeated Xue Jisheng or was defeated by Xue Jisheng, it was impossible to escape. The so-called 12 airspace domains referred to a special domain formed by overlapping 12 layers of space. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible to achieve 12 overlapping layers of space. However, it could be achieved through the special effects of the domain. Falling into the 12 airspace domains, first of all, one would not be able to escape through any spatial ability, and one would not be able to cross space again. At the same time, one would be completely locked in this space by the 12 airspace domains. It seemed that there was no ceiling, but in fact, it was absolutely impossible for Kyra to fly now. At the same time, Xue Jisheng's own attack power would also be greatly enhanced under the overlapping of the 12 airspace domains. Whether it was speed or destructive power, it would reach an extremely terrifying level. More than a decade ago, Xue Jisheng once relied on the 12 airspace domains to kill a demon lord ranked in the top 40 of the demons, thus becoming famous and thoroughly establishing the prestige of the #1 person in the Assassin Temple. At this time, Kyra and her seemingly useless domain were completely surrounded by the 12 airspace domains, and the situation seemed very bad. After the silver light flashed, Kyra was still standing there as if nothing had happened. But people with discerning eyes could see that at the same time the silver light launched the attack, Kyra's body suddenly became a little illusory, allowing the silver light to pass through her body. When the silver light disappeared, she returned to normal. Obviously, it was a special evasion method. With the increase of the 12 airspace domains, It was not an exaggeration to say that Xue Jisheng's speed was now the number one in the alliance. But under such circumstances, Kair was still able to dodge through his skill. How could this not be surprising? Suddenly, the death scythe in Kair's hand suddenly swayed in a direction. Then it returned to normal. The 12 airspace domains remained silent. No one understood what she was doing. The only one who was really surprised was the person involved, Elder Xue Jisheng. Kair's feint just now almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood, because the direction in which the death scythe floated towards was the direction in which he was going to launch a second attack. With the previous collision, he really didn't dare to clash with the death scythe, lest he destroy a pair of epic-grade short blades. Therefore, when he saw Kair suddenly use her death god scythe, he almost subconsciously froze, stopping his lunging motion. It must be known that the 12 airspace domains could greatly enhance his attack power, but at the same time, his body would have to bear double the pressure. Suddenly stopping the attack that was about to be launched, his body would immediately suffer the backlash. As the person with the highest seniority in the Assassin Temple, Elder Xue Jisheng was no longer young. From the beginning of the fight until now, Kair had only taken the initiative to attack once, but the whole process was like a stormy sea, bringing Xue Jisheng multiple shocks. Not to mention the powerful attack power of Kair's previous attack, the domineering death scythe. Just the fact that Kair was able to accurately determine his position left this elder puzzled no matter how he thought about it. Perhaps Xue Jisheng was not the strongest in the alliance, but he was definitely the strongest in the alliance in the space attribute. He asked himself that his attainments in the space attribute could be matched by 5 people. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how Kair was able to predict his position. This was completely impossible in his opinion. It was also because of this that he fell into a disadvantageous position at the beginning. At the same time, after the first time he launched an attack through the 12 airspace domains, he had already discovered the horror of Kair's domain. It looked very peaceful, like a lotus petal domain, but there was something that made him feel horrified. His previous attack speed was so fast, but it still passed through Kair's domain. It didn't matter that it passed. Xue Jisheng only felt that his spiritual power had disappeared by 1% in an instant. For some powerhouses with lower cultivation, 1% was nothing, but for a powerhouse like him, whose internal spiritual power was close to 300,000, 1% was 3,000 spiritual power gone. Moreover, it was only for a moment. If he fought with Kair in her domain, wouldn't his spiritual power be purified over a long period of time? Moreover, the purified spiritual power was likely to be fed back to Kair. What a terrifying domain of purification. It was because of these discoveries that Xue Jisheng chose to temporarily hibernate. His attacks could not hit Kair and would be purified by her domain. How could he fight such a battle? Moreover, her attack power was still so strong. There was another reason why Xue Jisheng was hesitant, and that was he couldn't really hurt Kair. After all, Kair was the future hope of the Assassin Temple. No matter how great his desire for power was, he was still a member of the Assassin Temple. Therefore, he couldn't use some of his trump cards against Kair in this battle. Sensing Xue Jisheng's silence, Kair made her move. A faint smile appeared on her pretty face, and she waved the Grim Reaper scythe in front of her. Suddenly, several petals of the domain of purification were swept up by the scythe's blade. Kair waved her right hand, and the blade of light instantly turned into a stream of light, shooting towards one of the 12 spatial gates. As soon as she launched her attack, the 12 spatial gates suddenly twisted violently, and the powerful spatial spiritual power turned into a distorted barrier. As a domain that excelled in individual combat, the 12 spatial gates combined offense, defense, and amplification into one. For most domains, it had a proud status. Unfortunately, this time, Xue Jisheng was facing Kair. Kair's domain of purification was created after the Grim Reaper scythe purified the holy law of necromancy, eternal calamity, Electrolux. The Grim Reaper scythe evolved, and she constantly purified the aura of death. In terms of level, her domain of purification truly belonged to the Grim Reaper. In terms of status, how could the 12 spatial gates compare? The white blade of light turned into nothingness in the twisted silver light. The 12 spatial gates were not broken, but Xue Jisheng was shocked to find that his spiritual power had sharply decreased by 1% in an instant. Moreover, in the state of maintaining the domain, no one's spiritual power could be restored by absorbing the elements in the space, unless the domain itself had the ability to absorb spiritual power. Obviously, the 12 spatial gates did not have this ability. Kair gently took a step forward, and suddenly, the domain of purification around her also moved forward. Suddenly, the 12 spatial gates suddenly surrounded her, advancing and retreating at the same time. Obviously, Xue Jisheng did not want his domain to be directly touched by the domain of purification. Just now, in this short period of time, Xue Jisheng could only think of one way to win, and that was to exhaust her. Using the domain of purification consumed a lot of spiritual power, and judging from his experience, there is still a gap between him and Kair in terms of cultivation. The domain of purification was stronger than his 12 spatial gates, but the consumption of spiritual power was bound to be greater. As long as the battle continued, Kair's domain would be the first to disappear, and then he could win without a fight. As for Kair wanting to use her domain to collide with his domain, Xue Jisheng had absolute confidence in speed and prediction. As for Kair's attack, he could only block it. Xue Jisheng was absolutely sure that when Kair launched domain attacks, the consumption would increase. Although his consumption was also large, his advantage in cultivation could be seen. Kair naturally saw through Xue Jisheng's tactics, and so did the experts of the Assassin Temple who were watching the battle from the air. To be able to force the chief elder to this point, in their hearts, Kair had been completely recognized. There was no doubt that in terms of cultivation, Kair was not weaker than Shengyu, and she was so young. With her leadership, the Assassin Temple must be full of vitality. But was Kair's strength limited to this? No, of course not. Everything just now, for her, was just the beginning of the show. Slowly raising the Grim Reaper's scythe, Kair's eyes gradually turned white. The surrounding domain of purification suddenly surged violently, surrounding her body and completely enveloping her. No one could see her appearance from any angle. If the domain of purification before was like a huge white lotus, then the current domain of purification was like a flower bud formed by the closing lotus, and Kair was its stamen. What was she going to do? Everyone, including Xue Jisheng, had strong doubts in their hearts. The next moment, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly appeared in Xue Jisheng's heart. Almost without hesitation, he activated his 12 spatial gates. The glaring silver light began to distort violently. The 12 doors of light suddenly changed their positions and merged into one. The 12 doors of light completely overlapped with each other. One could see that the surroundings of the overlapped doors of light were filled with distorted black light. It was a sign of breaking through the boundaries of space. Those who were familiar with Xue Jisheng knew that in this state, the chief elder was the most powerful. Through the overlapping of the 12 spatial gates, he could even teleport thousands of kilometers away. He could also increase his attack power to an extremely terrifying level. The sense of danger made Xue Jisheng dare not hold anything back. The white light of purification in front of him suddenly faded, and Kair reappeared in everyone's sight. The domain of purification disappeared. However, in the palm of Kair's left hand, there was a sparkling and translucent, extremely exquisite white lotus. Kair smiled and said, "Elder Xue, this is my domain technique, Flourishing Lotus. Do you want to try it? However, I haven't studied it well enough, so I can only release it, but not withdraw it." "No need, I admit defeat." Xue Jisheng's somewhat gloomy voice sounded. The silver light disappeared, and he stepped out of the 12 spatial gates. He looked at Kair with a complicated gaze. The Grim Reaper scythe in Kair's right hand began to move rhythmically, as a number of white threads separated from the tip of the blade, entering the lotus in her left hand. Layers of white petals were peeled off, dissipating into the air. The entire process lasted for close to an hour. Xue Jisheng stood opposite Kair, watching silently. The rest of the upper echelons of the assassin temple were the same. Even though the process was long, the Grim Reaper's scythe in Kair's hands was full of art. It was because of the length of the process that they could feel the terror of the flourishing lotus. The domain of a Type 9 powerhouse was also divided into different levels. After reaching the second level of the Type 9 realm, they could have their own domain. A Type 9 powerhouse with a domain could be said to be on a whole other level. Everyone's domain was unique, and the level of the domain determined their future potential. The stronger the domain, the higher the possibility of cultivation. At the same time, the higher the possibility of the domain evolving. Li Zhengji was able to convince Xue Jisheng because he had already comprehended the existence of a domain technique through his own domain. And just now, Kair had actually displayed her own domain technique. A domain technique could be said to be the product of the evolution of a domain. Among all domains, only 1% could evolve into a domain technique. Perhaps Kair's comprehension of her domain technique was not strong enough, but it was enough to have it. In the Assassin Temple, there had not been a single person who could comprehend a domain technique in the past 1,000 years. Xue Jisheng was not afraid of Kair's domain technique, but when Kair used it, it had completely conquered him. As the head elder of the Assassin Temple, he had already made his choice. Seeing the flourishing lotus disappear in her hands, even Kair heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she said, she still couldn't fully control this domain skill. As for its true power, she had not tried it yet. It was more used to intimidate Xue Jisheng. Seeing that Kair had put away her domain technique, Xue Jisheng held a dagger in each hand, turned his wrists backward, crossed his arms, and bowed at the same time. This was the standard etiquette of the Assassin Temple. In the Assassin Temple, the only person who could make the head elder Xue Jisheng bow like this was the temple master Shengyu. But there was no need for him to bow. At this moment, Xue Jisheng could be said to have done more than the etiquette he needed, which was equivalent to expressing his attitude. The sacred city had not been so lively for many years, especially after the demons started the Holy War. The 2 years of Holy War had caused the Temple League's population to plummet. Fortunately, the rear was not destroyed, so the League had basically recovered in a short 4 years. Although the economy and strength had recovered, the population was still affected to a considerable extent. Therefore, the Temple League had been encouraging fertility. They had also increased the benefits for the ordinary people. The sacred city was the largest city in the Temple League, but for the past few days, the hotels had been full. There was only one reason, and that was the grand event that happened once every 10 years, the Temple Tournament. Although only a small number of people could actually watch the Holy Alliance's great trial field. But there were many people who were willing to come to the sacred city at this time to feel the warm atmosphere. There were also some elderly people who brought their children to the sacred city to see if they could find an opportunity to let their children be apprenticed to a strong person. The Dark Age had passed for 6,000 years. The 2 years of holy war had finally ended with the retreat of the demons. Many people with discerning eyes saw the dawn of hope in this dark age. Almost all humans were looking forward to the day that they could see the human army take the initiative to attack the demons. The temple tournament was different from a monster hunter's trials. Due to its importance, it was open to the public. As long as one could buy a ticket, they could see the clash between the strongest people of the 6 temples in the temple tournament. This would increase the public's confidence in the alliance. Almost every temple tournament would cause a sensation, and it could greatly mobilize the emotions of the entire alliance. After the tournament, the number of people recruited by the 6 temples would increase significantly. In the holy city, some of the landmarks were now pasted with bright yellow notices. The notice recorded the time and rules of this temple tournament in detail. Every grand tournament of the Sacred Hall would have such a notice posted up. Any changes to the rules would be notified at the first instance. At this moment, a young man in a white cloak stood in front of a 5-story hotel. He stood in front of the notice and looked at it attentively. As early as a month ago, the notice had already been posted, and ordinary citizens had read it countless times. Therefore, he was the only one standing in front of the notice. The large white cloak also covered his head, making him look somewhat conspicuous and out of place. Although his body was covered by the cloak, it could be seen that the young man was tall. He was close to 2 meters tall, and his shoulders were broad. However, he was not ridiculously muscular. His perfect body proportions and the calmness he exuded as he stood there gave off a strange feeling. He seemed ordinary, but there was an indescribable gentleness to him. Most passers-by would be attracted by the young man standing there quietly. It seemed that taking a few more glances at him would make them feel peaceful and comfortable. On that bright notice, the time and rules of the grand tournament of the temple were written in detail. Tomorrow was the day the grand tournament of the temple would begin. By then, the higher-ups of the 6 temples would gather at the Sanctuary Alliance's trial ground. Every temple would send a team of 36 people to participate in the temple tournament. There would be a total of 216 people from the 6 temples. The temple tournament would start with the drawing of lots. In the first 3 days, there would be one-on-one matches. That's right, there would only be 3 days of knockout matches. After each round of knockout matches, the next round would begin immediately. There would be no rest time. Among them, the Temple of the Priests would not participate in the individual knockout matches. Priests were not good at fighting. Therefore, during the individual matches, they would obtain points in another way. That was the spiritual power assessment. The specific calculation method was not announced in the notice. However, based on the results of the previous temple tournaments, the Temple of the Priests would be in the middle after the individual knockout matches. The points of the 180 participants from the other 5 temples would be calculated as follows. 1 victory would be 1 point. Passing the second round would be 2 points. So on and so forth. For every additional round, the points would be multiplied. At the same time, there were strict rules in the individual knockout matches. First of all, no equipment or elixirs could be used. It was all about individual strength. Second, during the competition, no one was allowed to injure their opponent. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. This was the temple tournament, not a life-and-death battle. These 2 rules seemed simple, but they were extremely restrictive. The participants were at least experts of the 8th step and above. Under such a level of confrontation, how much control did one have to have in order to not injure their opponent? Within 3 days, all the individual matches had to be finished. Then, they would be ranked according to the points. This was also the first round of the temple tournament. The reason why so many people participated in the tournament was to evaluate the overall strength of the temples. One person's strength could not represent the entire temple. After the individual matches, it would be the competition for the highest spiritual power. Each of the 6 temples would send 3 participants. Their age could not be over 100 years old. The spiritual power assessment. Based on the age of 100, 1 year younger every year would add up to 1,000 spiritual power. In the end, the 3 participants from each temple would be ranked based on their combined spiritual power. The first place would receive 200 points, the second would receive 150, the third would receive 120, the fourth would receive 90, the fifth would receive 60, and the last would receive no points. After the spiritual power competition, the third round of the temple tournament was the domain competition. Each of the 6 temples would send 3 participants. It would be a team competition. 18 powerhouses with domains would fight at the same time. The one whose domain couldn't hold on would be eliminated from the competition, until there were only 3 people from each temple left. The points for this round were very high. The one who got the first place would get as much as 500 points. For every rank lower, the points would be reduced by 100. The last place would get no points. A strong domain didn't necessarily mean an advantage in a team competition. It would be best if the 3 people's domains could complement each other. Therefore, the participants in this round might not be the strongest of each temple, but the 3 who had the most tacit understanding. In the last temple tournament, The Knights Templars relied on the Knight of the Seal Yang Haohan of defense and coordination, the Knight of the Seal Long Tianyin of control and restraint, and the Knight of the Seal Long Xingwu of judgment and judgment. The combination of the three Knight of the Seal's domains won the most important victory. Thus, the foundation of the Knights Templars, being the first in points, was established. The last round of the Temple Tournament was the real team competition. Each temple would send 10 people to participate in the round-robin tournament. A round-robin tournament would take place, and every victory would earn 100 points. In the team competition, the Temple of the Priests wouldn't participate. They would get 300 points directly. All 4 rounds were the highest level battles in the Temple League. Generally speaking, the Temple of the Priests had the least influence in the Temple Tournament. The importance of the Priests was undeniable, but they weren't suitable to be the leader of the Temple League. As for the other 5 great temples, the competition for the rankings was extremely intense. The last Temple Tournament's ranking was Knights Templars was first, followed by the Magic Temple, the Temple of Souls, the Assassin Temple, the Temple of the Priests, and the Warrior Temple. The Temple of the Priests relied on some preferential treatment in the tournament to surpass the Warrior Temple and get the 5th place. As for the Warrior Temple, it was common for them to be at the bottom. The notice didn't explain anything about the adjustment of the alliance's structure. However, anyone who had a deep understanding of the Temple Tournament knew. The final ranking of the tournament was very important to the alliance's upcoming major changes. Especially the fight for the first place, it would definitely be more intense than in the past. The white-robed young man had been standing there for an hour. He was like a statue. From the moment he stood there until now, he hadn't moved an inch. Isn't notice that good to look at? A cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. A woman in a green magic robe walked over slowly. The woman was very beautiful. She looked like she was in her 20s, but she gave off an arrogant and unapproachable feeling. Her green magic robe looked very simple, and there were no elemental fluctuations. She appeared behind the young man in white. A faint green light that was hard to see with the naked eye quietly surged and pushed toward the young man in white from behind. This female sorcerer was the Magic Temple Master Li Zhengji's only disciple, Tan Wan. For more than 4 years, Tan Wan had been training hard. With Li Zhengji's full guidance and all kinds of resources from the Magic Temple, her training could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Xin Yuan Yin, who used to be famous with her, was now far behind. Now, her cultivation had broken through to the 8th level, and she had learned many of the powerful wind magic that Li Zhengji had created. In this temple tournament, she would also represent the Magic Temple in the individual competition. At her age, this was definitely a great honor. Chapter 238. Tan Wan had been in the Holy City for some time. In order to achieve something in the temple competition, she was in the final sprint. The competition was about to start tomorrow, but Li Zhengji insisted that she had to come out for a walk to relax. She then walked out of the Sanctuary Alliance's headquarters and wandered outside. Just now, she accidentally saw the young man in white standing in front of the notice. With her keen perception of magical elements, she immediately noticed the unusual side of the young man in white. It was a very special feeling. He stood there and looked like a human, but in her perception, this man was like a ball of light, a ball of gentle light without any physical existence. The gentle light gave people a special kind of calmness. It was very comfortable. Even because of the urgency of the competition, after seeing the back of the young man, she relaxed a lot. This was obviously not something that an ordinary person could have. The characteristics of a young man attracted Tan Wan to a great extent. She then walked over and tried to test him. Without a doubt, this must be a strong person with the light element. From his simple clothes, he should not be a sorcerer. Could he be a priest? If he was a warrior, an assassin, or a knight, the light element should not be so gentle. But what happened next caused her heart to tremble fiercely. The wind element that she released was not strong. Her purpose was to break the silence of the young man in white standing there. As long as his body was blown by the wind, the silence would obviously be broken. However, what shocked Tan Wan was that when the wind element that she released reached the back of the young man in white, it dispersed without a sound. It turned into a gust of wind, circled around him, and rose into the air and disappeared. That guy did not do anything. But why did my wind element surrender to his aura? It was just his aura, but there was no spiritual power output. Tanwan was puzzled, but the more she thought so, the more mysterious she felt that this man was. Subconsciously, she took a few steps forward and closed the distance between them. Tanwan raised her hand and patted the back of the young man in white. After all, she did not have any evil intentions. This time, there was no wind element in her hand, but spiritual power was stored in the palm of her hand. With her current cultivation, she did not need to chant to cast a powerful magic at any time. But this time, the young man moved. His body flickered and shifted 3 feet horizontally, causing Tanwan's palm to hit empty air. The white-robed youth also turned around. Long time no see, Tanwan. The young man was tall, so when he turned around, Tanwan naturally saw his face. Her body trembled violently, and her eyes became lifeless in an instant. It was an excessively handsome face. His long golden hair was neatly tied behind his head, and a pair of clear golden eyes without any impurities carried a gentle smile. His smile was so pure, just like the aura he exuded. Yes, after nearly 5 years, he had grown taller, calmer, and more mature. His face was a little more resolute, and he no longer looked like he did 5 years ago. If Tanwan had to describe his temperament, she could only think of the word perfect. It's him. How could it be him? Didn't he disappear a long time ago? Tanwan's memory of his handsome face was too deep. Didn't she cultivate with all her might for more than 4 years so that she could surpass him one day? The missing him had appeared. When he really appeared in front of her, Tanwan realized that her heartbeat was clearly speeding up. This man who seemed to be light himself. What kind of existence did he have in her heart? Send my regards to Temple Masterly. The white-robed youth nodded at Tanwan and walked away slowly. Tanwan stood there in a daze for a few seconds before she suddenly turned around, but the white figure had completely disappeared. Is it him? Is it really him? I'm not dreaming, am I? Tanwan muttered to herself. She had imagined the scene when they would meet again many times. Wasn't the goal of her hard work in cultivation to catch up to his pace? However, when she really saw him again, she suddenly realized that the distance between them seemed to have widened. Why did she feel as if she was looking at her teacher when she looked at him? It was just that her teacher's profoundness was more direct, while his mysteriousness was more distant. If it was really him, then what about her teacher's plan? Thinking of this, Tanwan's expression suddenly changed. She turned around and ran almost without hesitation. She cast the Phoenix soaring skill on herself and turned into a ray of green light, instantly disappearing. Early morning. Dawn gradually rose from the far east. When the white light had just taken over the control of the dark blue sky, the sacred city was already a bustling scene. Around the Sanctuary Alliance's test field, other than a few specialized passageways, was already crowded. Among the people, most of them could only stay outside. However, at the periphery of the Sanctuary Alliance's test field, there would be 10 magic crystal screens broadcasting the situation of the Sanctuary Alliance's major competition in real time. The magic crystal screen projection technology had been realized long ago, but it was rarely used because it consumed too much energy. A 7th-grade magical crystal could only last for less than an hour before its energy would be depleted. Only a 9th-grade magical crystal could last for a long time. However, once a 9th-grade magical crystal was thrown into the magic crystal screen, it would cause irreparable damage. In other words, to make the 10 magic crystal screens continuously broadcast, it would consume 10 9th-grade magical crystals. It wasn't easy to kill 9th-grade demons. That was a considerable amount of wealth. The people who came to the Sanctuary Alliance's test field early in the morning were to get closer to the magic crystal screens and to see the highlights of the decennial competition more clearly. In order to protect the order of the sacred city and separate the flow of people, there were a total of 20 magic crystal screens in other places of the sacred city. The 6 temples even sent out nearly 20,000 professionals to maintain the order. But without a doubt, as the real competition venue, Almost everyone was willing to come to the Sanctuary Alliance's test field. There is still some time before the first day of the competition, but the place was already drowning in excitement. Some people even set up all kinds of bets in private. Some bet on the points of the six temples in the first round, some bet on the ranking of the six temples in the first round, and some bet on the champion of the first round. All of them were different. Regarding such a situation, the Alliance could only turn a blind eye. After all, it couldn't be banned at all. But the Alliance wouldn't set up their own bets. After all, the competition was conducted in the six alliances. If the Alliance set up bets, it would definitely be seen as manipulating the competition. Today was a good day. There were only a few cotton-like clouds in the sky. Most of the places were covered in azure blue. As the sun rose, the refreshing air gave people a refreshing feeling. The sun rose, and the light shone on the land. After an hour, the 6 doors of the Sanctuary Alliance's test field opened. After a strict examination of the admission qualifications, the audience started to enter. Those who could enter the Sanctuary Alliance's test field to watch the competition had either spent a lot of money or made great contributions to the Alliance. Even if it was just to watch the competition, it was enough to make the ordinary people envious. The 2 ladies quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people because they were too beautiful. The lady in the red dress had a hot body and an enchanting appearance, but she had a pair of extremely clear eyes. The lady in the white dress next to her was delicate and pure, as if she didn't belong to the mortal world. Wow, it's Endless Night and Phonelinger. Someone recognized them. That's right. The 2 beautiful ladies were the current rulers of the Sanctuary Alliance auction field. Not only were they beautiful, but they also possessed great wealth and power. To most of the men, the most important thing was that they weren't married yet. In an instant, the shouts of their names became a wave that resounded in the sky. Endless Night smiled and kept greeting the surrounding people. As for Phonelinger, she was much quieter. She just walked forward silently. The difference in the appearance and character of the 2 ladies made the people even more crazy. It was a pity that there was a barrier formed by the elites from the 6 temples in front of them. It was impossible for them to barge through. Until the 2 ladies disappeared at the entrance of the Sanctuary Alliance's test field, the excited people gradually quietened down. The audience only had an hour to enter the venue. They wouldn't wait after that. Very soon, the 6 entrances of the Sanctuary Alliance's test field were closed again. The guards became even more solemn, because they knew that the real contestants were about to arrive. At that moment, at the side of the Sanctuary Alliance's test field, a group of strange people came to the entrance of the Knight's test field. There was a total of 10 of them. All of them were wearing white cloaks that covered their heads. They went straight to the entrance of the Knight's test field. The person in charge of the entrance was a rank 8 knight wearing a mithril foundation armor. Seeing that there were people walking over, he couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with the people at the entrance? It's already past time. Why are they letting people in? He raised his hand and stopped the people in front of him. However, very soon, he understood why these people were able to come to him. A golden token appeared in front of him. The Mithril Foundation Knight crossed his right fist in front of his chest and gave a standard knight salute. He made an exception and opened the door to let them in. Many people saw this, but they didn't think much of it. To them, it was obvious that they were from the Knights Templars. After this small interlude, the scene that really stirred up the entire city happened. 6 teams appeared from 6 different paths at almost the same time. 36 knight, 36 magicians, 36 assassins, 36 warriors, 36 summoners, and 36 priests. They appeared at the entrance of their respective test fields at the same time. They were all wearing their own temple's signature equipment. The most eye-catching was still the Knights Templars. The person at the front was tall. His azure armor exuded an unparalleled, powerful aura. That was the armor of the throne of God of order and law. Behind him, there was a knight on a golden pedestal. The golden light dazzled the eyes of the people. The Knights Templars contestants were here. The Knight of the Seal, Long Tianyin, led the 35 knight on a golden pedestal. It could be said that this was the strongest strength of the Knights Templars. Some of the knight on a golden pedestal at the front were also exuding an orange-red epic-level glow. In an instant, the cheers of the people reached the climax. In their lives, how many opportunities did they have to see artifacts, epic-level equipment, and legendary-level equipment at the same time? How could they not be excited? Cheers appeared in almost every corner of Sacred City. The powerhouses of the six temples entered the Sanctuary Alliance test field at the same time. The temple competition was finally about to begin. Inside the Sanctuary Alliance test field, this place was different from the Monster Hunter's trial field. During the Monster Hunter's trial field, the Sanctuary Alliance test field was divided into 6 areas, each belonging to a temple. Now, the divided areas had been completely unified. The interior of the huge training field was completely connected. Anyone who entered would definitely be shocked by its magnificence. There were 6 VIP stands in 6 directions. They were located high up and could overlook the test field from the sky. Don't think that this was just a place to watch the competition. Those who could enter the VIP stands were all powerhouses or influential figures in the Alliance. This was because they still had an important mission on their shoulders. That was to form a defensive shield through the magical array on the VIP stands to protect the Sanctuary Alliance test field. Those who participated in the temple competition were at least rank 8 powerhouses. How terrifying would the spiritual power ripples produced when they collided? Without the protection of a strong enough shield, the Sanctuary Alliance test field would probably be torn apart in a few rounds. Other than the VIP stands, there were resting areas for the contestants in each direction of the 6 temples. After the 36 contestants from each temple entered the test field, they returned to their respective areas and waited for the official start of the temple competition. All contestants from the 6 temples have entered the test field. Chief Referee, please give your instructions. A sonorous voice was heard from the VIP stand of the Knights Templars. Then, a sonorous voice shouted, "Close the doors. No one is allowed to enter or leave before the competition ends." Yes. With a sonorous sound, the 6 doors slowly closed. Each of them was guarded by a rank 8 powerhouse from each temple. The sonorous voice said, "I am Chun Zidian, chief referee for this temple competition. The judges for this competition will be 54 demon hunters. Everything will be based on the principle of fairness and justice. The rules have been announced, so I will not say anything more. All contestants for the first round are in position. The lot drawing ceremony is about to begin. Chun Zidian, human legend, leader of the fallen demon monster hunters." Chapter 239. When Chun Zidian's name appeared in the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial field, all the contestants from the 6 major temples stood up and saluted in the direction of a Knights Templar's VIP stand. The fallen of the demon god monster hunters represented the true pinnacle of human monster hunters. Chun Zidian, as the leader of the fallen of the demon god, had led the fallen of the demon god on the battlefield for 300 years. Almost with the strength of a team of monster hunters, they had greatly restricted the demon emperor. Their contributions to the alliance could not be described as meritorious deeds. With the appearance of this legendary human being as the chief judge of this year's competition, no one dared to raise any objections. Even now, the other members of the fallen of the demon god were still among the demons. Some were even hiding in Demonic City, watching the demon emperor's movements. On the magic temple side, Li Zhongji's face was a little gloomy. He naturally did not dare to have any objections to Chun Zidian. It was not about strength, but about respect. Chun Zidian could be said to be the person with the highest seniority in the Temple League. With him as the chief judge, no one could raise any objections. Moreover, he would definitely be fair and impartial in the enforcement of the law. What made Li Zhongji's face sour was that just yesterday, he had heard a name from Tianwan, a name that should not have affected him, but now it had affected his mood. He was back. More than 4 years ago, he was already at the 8th rank. Could it be that he had become the 4th knight of the seal of the Knights Templars? If that was really the case, then this time's temple competition might change. After all, he was still so young. Sometimes, age was the best rallying power. The old Knights Templars would definitely be revitalized because of his return. At this moment, the contestants from his 6 major temples were all sitting in their respective seats. What was about to happen next was the elimination round by drawing lots. The Temple of the Priests wouldn't participate, but the other 5 major temples' 180 experts would all have to draw lots and compete with each other. After a while, the light of selection would appear on the dome and randomly select 2 people. Every time 2 people were selected, they would enter the arena and compete immediately. The powerful demon hunters would be the judges. The demon hunters could be said to be an independent system in the Temple League. They were powerful and had made great contributions to the league, so there was no one better than them as referees. As for the light of choice, the 6 great temples all had people monitoring its fairness. No one could play tricks here. Before the match begins, I have an announcement to make. Shun Zidian's voice was heard again. Most of the Alliance's higher-ups were taken aback by his words, including the contestants who were about to participate in the competition. As far as they knew, there shouldn't be anything to announce before the match. Shun Zidian said in a deep voice, "According to the rules of the temple competition, all titled monster hunters are qualified to participate in the temple competition in the name of monster hunters. At the same time, their scores will be recorded. I have received an application from a team of titled monster hunters. They want to participate in this year's competition. According to the rules, I have agreed to their application. Later, they will also be among those who will draw lots." The higher-ups of the 6 major temples were in an uproar. The monster hunters were going to participate in the temple competition. It wasn't that this kind of situation didn't happen before, but in the past 1,000 years, it had only happened 2 or 3 times. The demon hunt squads participating in the tournament was more for the sake of tempering themselves. After all, even if a titled demon hunt squad had some privileges, it was still a demon hunt squad with limited numbers. Why would the monster hunters be participating in this year's temple competition? Were they just trying to hone their strength? Besides, there were only so many titled monster hunters in the Temple League. Which one was going to participate? Shun Zidian continued. To meet the minimum number of participants, this team of monster hunters has been specially approved to recruit other monster hunters. The number of monster hunters will be increased to 10, and all the members of the team must be under 100 years old. This is in accordance with the rules of the Temple League. The name of this team of monster hunters is Glimmer of Light. A streak of golden light fell from the VIP stand of the Knights Templars and shone on the center of the resting area between the Knights Templars and the Temple of Assassins. Before anyone noticed, 10 people were already standing there quietly. All of them were wearing white capes that covered their heads. The participants and the audience did not notice them until the golden light shone on them. The audience at the entrance of the Knights' trial field outside, the Holy Alliance's trial field, immediately noticed that the 10 people were the same ones that had appeared after the audience had arrived. They were monster hunters, not from the Knights Templars. Indeed, they had returned. After more than 4 years of seclusion, the radiant glimmer of dawn had finally returned. At this very moment, they were standing there and would participate in the grand tournament of the Sacred Hall in the name of the Demon Hunt Squad. The Glimmer of Light was a name that was unfamiliar to most people, not to mention the general public. Even among the leaders of the 6 Temple Leagues who were about to participate in the Temple League, not many had heard of the Glimmer of Light. After hearing Shun Zidian's announcement, the person who was the most shocked was Li Zhengji, the Grand Master of the Temple of Magic. He had never expected that after the Glimmer of Light returned, Long Houchen would choose not to participate in the Temple League with the Knights Templars, but to participate in the Temple League in the name of Monster Hunters. What on earth was he trying to do? Did he think that the titled Monster Hunters, who had no background to speak of, could compete with the Temple League? Shun Zidian said, "I promise in the name of the Monster Hunters that the Glimmer of Light Monster Hunters will be treated equally. Let the drawing begin." 2 streaks of white light suddenly appeared on the ceiling. At the same time, a transparent barrier of light that flickered with rainbow light slowly appeared around the trial field. The barrier had been activated. This barrier had been constructed by many experts in magic arrays. It could even withstand the bombardment of a god artifact or a domain without being destroyed. Shun Zidian was the one controlling the entire barrier. The 2 streaks of white light that fell from the sky flashed violently. The next second, the 2 streaks of white light froze in 2 different directions, each illuminating a person. Coincidentally, the two streaks of white light were illuminating exactly where the Knights Templars and the magic temple were. The next second, the two streaks of white light went inside the trial field. The first individual round of the Temple League began immediately. The so-called referees were all on the VIP stand. They were only there to maintain the shield. There would not be anyone specifically assigned to enter the field. How could the powerful warriors that could participate in the Temple League not be able to tell the final result? If the two parties were extremely close in strength, then Chun Zidian would be the judge. There were over 190 participants, including those from the Glimmer of Light. Naturally, they could not afford to waste any time. The moment they entered the field, the match would begin. Above the 8th rank, the weaknesses of many professions would no longer exist. Therefore, apart from the Temple of the Priests, the other 5 temples would not receive any additional restrictions or enhancements. After entering the trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance, all the participating Knight Templars had put away their armors. At the moment, they entered the field barehanded. There was a small door in front of each temple representative. As soon as the knight entered the field, his back shone with a golden hexagonal pattern. Accompanied by a majestic roar, a bright golden tiger appeared out of thin air. The knight's figure flashed, and he was already sitting on the back of the tiger, charging towards the magicians in the distance at high speed. The golden tiger had a pair of wings on its back, and its body was more than 5 meters long. It was ferocious and majestic. An intense golden halo burst forth, and when it opened its mouth, a series of light bombs bombarded towards the magicians in front of it. The sacred radiant tiger was a level 9 magical beast. The knight who could possess an adamantine base was undoubtedly one of the best among the Knights Templars. A strong foundation allowed each of the participants to be sufficiently powerful. In the first round of the individual competition, the Knights Templars already had an obvious advantage. The first knight was already at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. He was only 1 step away from entering the 9th rank. His opponent was a fire magician. As he was not allowed to use any equipment in the competition, he did not even have a magic staff. His right hand pointed in the air, and he quickly drew a few complicated mage wefts. Accompanied by a violent roar, a giant flaming bear appeared out of thin air in front of him. Its giant paws smashed the light bombs, and it rushed towards the knight with large strides. This was not a summoner's summoning spell, as it was not summoning a magical beast, but an elemental summoning beast that was condensed from the fire element. The elemental summoning beast was also an ability unique to level 8 magicians. It had the advantages of strong explosive power, strong endurance in battle, and easy to command. The disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of spiritual power. With the giant flaming bear as cover, the fire magician was already chanting a spell quickly. Without the support of equipment, even if he was a level 8 magician at the pinnacle, it would still take him a long time to cast some powerful spells. The sacred radiant tiger carried the knight and rushed in front of the giant flaming bear almost instantly. The knight was indeed impressive. He did not fight with the giant flaming bear. The sacred radiant tiger arched its back, and in the next moment, its body was bounced up. Golden spiritual wings lit up behind the knight's back. At the same time, a strong golden flame condensed into a holy sword in its right hand, and it swooped down towards the magician. Meanwhile, the giant flaming bear and the sacred radiant tiger were standing together. Under normal circumstances, a magician's attack power was undoubtedly the strongest among those of the same rank. Therefore, in order to defeat a magician, one must first restrain their magic and not allow them to fully display their magic. Otherwise, under the continuous barrage of spells, only death awaited the magician. The level 8 Sacred Knight's choice was undoubtedly correct, but the level 8 Sacred Magician was not to be trifled with. A sharp sword of light descended from the sky, and his body suddenly became illusory. He raised his right hand and pointed toward the sky. Immediately, a stream of flames shot towards the level 8 Sacred Knight, the finger of the fire god. Under the circumstances that he did not have the support of equipment, he was actually able to cast such a powerful level 8 spell in such a short period of time. This strength was enough to shock people. The knight gripped his sacred sword with both hands, and a dense white holy light lit up, rendering his entire being holy. He did not dodge, nor did he retreat, and just slashed towards the powerful finger of the fire god. This was because the knight was very clear that if he was defeated by this attack, then he would completely fall into a passive position. The chances of him turning the tables were infinitely close to zero. Gold and red flashed in the sky, and the knight's entire body was enveloped in a layer of flames. It had to be said that in terms of attack power, there was still a certain gap between the knight and the magician. At the same time, he let out a muffled groan, and there were some burn marks on his body. However, although the knight was at a disadvantage in this collision, he had already achieved his goal. In the end, he was not repelled by the finger of the fire god. With a flash of golden light, his speed suddenly increased, and he appeared in front of the magician in almost an instant. This was the most powerful skill of the level 8 knight, Flash of Light. It was also the most useful skill against magicians. Using it at this distance, it would be very difficult for the magician to stop him from approaching. Judgment, the knight shouted. His roar was like the morning bell and evening drum that shook the entire area. A pure and holy white light descended from the sky and landed on the body of the sacred magician. A layer of misty golden light shone around the sacred magician's body, and a red light shield that seemed to be carved out of crystal appeared within. Being closed in by the knight was obviously not a situation that any magician was willing to face. The sacred magician stretched out his right hand in front of his chest, relying on defensive magic to resist the power of the half-trial light. At the same time, he pushed his right hand forward, and a ball of intense red light condensed into a ball, fiercely blasting towards the holy knight. After reaching the level 8 level, close combat magicians were no longer that weak because they had many defensive magic and instantaneous magic. As long as they focused, it wasn't completely impossible. However, the holy knight was already in front of the sacred magician. How could he be repelled by this attack? He suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and at the same time, the holy sword in his hand suddenly split into two. His body forcibly crashed into that ball of fire. A distorted light lit up, and that ball of intense fire actually scattered in all directions in an instant. Elemental Annihilation Halo. Under the successive attacks, the Holy Knight actually released the Light of Judgment and the Elemental Annihilation Halo. He was a knight. He hadn't even reached the level 9 level yet. So how could he release these powerful skills so quickly? It was also at this time that the victor between the Flaming Bear and the Sacred Radiant Tiger behind the knight was decided. The Flaming Bear was a summon creature after all. Although it had the upper hand in the beginning, its summoner was unable to command when facing the Holy Knight's crazy attacks. In the end, it was still extinguished by the Sacred Radiant Tiger. At this time, the battle had already entered a white-hot state. The moment the Holy Knight crashed into the ball of fire, there was no longer any suspense in this match. The blade storm suddenly burst forth. Both swords flew out, and a huge golden ball of light carrying an incomparably sharp sword intent collided with the Sacred Magician's flame barrier, sending him flying. The instant he was sent flying, the Light of Judgment finally broke through his defense in coordination with the blade storm. The match is over. The knight wins. Return to your seats. Shenzidian's dignified voice sounded. The magician wasn't injured, but his face was full of shame. He had indeed lost, because the true power of the blade storm wasn't to send him flying, but to absorb and sustain his attacks. If it wasn't for the disciplinary knight being lenient, then his life would have definitely ended under the blade storm. A ball of golden light jumped onto the knight's shoulder without anyone noticing. The Holy Knight crossed his right fist across his chest and gave the Sacred Magician a knight salute. Only then did he quickly return his seat. When the Sacred Magician saw the ball of golden light on the Holy Knight's shoulder, he suddenly realized that his loss wasn't unjust. This guy actually had a light elemental sprite. Looking at the size of the sprite, it should have evolved once. No wonder he was able to use the powerful skills of the knight almost continuously. The first match ended just like that, But the match didn't stop for even a moment. The two selection lights from before once again appeared in midair. As the lights flickered, two contestants were quickly selected for the second match. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for delay. The match would naturally continue. When the two contestants returned to their seats, they could see that the sacred magician's seat had already dimmed, indicating that he had been eliminated. On the other hand, a golden light appeared above the holy knight's head, indicating that he had passed the first round. The great trial field of the Holy Alliance could be said to be filled with all kinds of mysteries. These strange scenes were the results of many years of research by the Temple League. The following matches were even more intense and intense. The experts of the 5 major temple took turns to enter the arena under the illumination of the selection lights. In the blink of an eye, 7 rounds had already passed. Among the 5 major temple, the Knights Templars had the greatest gains. They had sent out 3 people in succession, and all of them had won. The Warrior Temple had sent out the most people with a total of 5 people. However, they had lost 4 of their matches and became the stepping stones of the other temple palaces. However, this was just the beginning. There were a total of 190 participants in the individual competition. In the first round, there would be 95 matches. This wasn't even 1/10 of the number of participants. The following matches would only be more intense. In the process of the first round, the light of selection would do its best to separate the 5 major temple palaces so that they wouldn't kill each other. It was the same in the individual competition later on. Unless a certain temple had a considerable advantage in terms of numbers, they wouldn't easily clash with each other. The 8th round of the light of selection shone once again. Rays of light flickered, and one ray quickly shone on the assassin temple's camp, while the other ray accurately shone on the bright glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad that was calmly standing at one side of the field. This was also the first time the light of selection shone on the bright glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad, choosing the 3rd person on the left. As the light of Dawn Monster Hunter's camp didn't have a door to enter the arena, this demon hunter entered the arena from the Knights Templar's camp. The Assassin Temple Palace's camp was close to the Knights Templar's camp. As soon as the chosen assassin entered the arena, he immediately went into stealth mode. There were 7 matches in the competition. The Knights Templars had won 3 matches, while the other 4 major temple palaces had won 1 match each. However, the Warrior Temple Palaces was at a disadvantage because they had sent 5 people. As for the Assassin Temple Palaces, this was the second assassin to fight. The previous assassin had already won, so this powerhouse assassin was full of confidence. Before entering the arena, the light of Dawn Monster Hunter's Demon Hunter took off his robe, revealing a set of clothes to show that he wasn't wearing any equipment. Seeing his appearance, both the spectators couldn't help but let out cries of alarm, because this demon hunter from the bright glimmer of light Demon Hunt Squad was really too young. He looked to be in his 30s. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His face was resolute and handsome. He was tall and had broad shoulders and a broad back. More than half of the Knights Templar's knight on a golden pedestal recognized him. Upon seeing his appearance, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Wen Zhao, it's Wen Zhao. Hasn't he been missing for a long time? He actually became a member of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters?" That's right. The first representative of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters was Yang Wen Zhao. Compared to 4 years ago, Yang Wen Zhao was much calmer. He was originally known for his calmness, but he was still arrogant. Now, he was like a piece of ancient jade, calm and gentle. He had lost the sharpness of the past, but his calmness and magnanimity made many knight on a golden pedestal marvel. With a single step, Yang Wen Zhao entered the arena. A strange scene appeared. As he stepped in, a strange layer of golden light spread out from his body. Holy Light Barrier? Almost all the knight recognized this skill. However, Holy Light Barrier was too low level among the knight's skills. Was he actually using it in the temple tournament? Yang Wen Zhao was only in his early 30s. It was already shocking that he was able to participate in the temple tournament. However, using the skill right from the start was like pouring cold water on the heads of the Knights Templars. Although he didn't represent the Knights Templars, he was still Yang Haohen's grandson. As Yang Haohen was the previous leader, he couldn't participate in this temple tournament. To the powerful Knight Templars, Yang Haoen represented Yang Haoen. No matter who he fought for, the higher-ups of the Knights Templars naturally didn't want to see him fail. Just as everyone was amazed by Yang Wenjiao's barrier of holy light, they soon discovered that it was not as simple as it seemed, because its range was just too large. With Yang Wenjiao's body as the center, the golden light of the holy light barrier spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread to an area with a diameter of 30 meters. At the same time, Yang Wenjiao spread his hands apart. Two golden lights shone at the same time, and two holy swords appeared. The holy swords emitted a metallic luster, which fully demonstrated the power of the Ling Gang. Ling Gang? 8th rank. To be able to condense the Ling Gang into a blade, perhaps only the pinnacle of the 8th rank could do it. Moreover, looking at Yang Wenjiao's relaxed expression, it didn't seem to consume much of his energy. The pure white holy sword emitted a faint golden light, and Yang Wenjiao seemed to have entered a strange state. He took a step forward with his right foot, and his body was already hovering in mid-air. A pair of wide golden spiritual wings unfurled behind his back, and two spots of red light lit up in his eyes as he slowly swept his gaze across the battlefield. Such a young knight at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Without a doubt, Yang Wenjiao's appearance shocked everyone, especially the other temples, who said that the upper echelons of the Knights Templars were old. They had already nurtured such a young holy knight. It was almost conceivable that it wouldn't take long for Yang Wenjiao to break through to the 9th rank. He might even become the new generation of Knights Templars Knight of the Seal. Anyone with a discerning eye could already tell what the holy light barrier was used for. It was used to find traces of assassins. After an assassin went invisible, as long as there was any collision with any spiritual power, he would immediately appear. Yang Wenjiao's holy light barrier had such a wide range. Once the assassin's location was detected, he would definitely have time to react. Not only that, the red light shining in his eyes was clearly the knight's ability to lock onto him. From a certain point of view, the knight was the bane of assassins. Once the knight locked onto him, the assassin could only choose to fight head-on. The assassin was calm and experienced. Facing such a situation, he didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he quietly hid. After the Sanctuary Alliance's 6 combined into one, the arena was extremely wide. Although Yang Wenjiao's holy light barrier covered a wide range, it was still far from the size of the entire arena. Hence, in his opinion, as long as he didn't take the initiative to attack, Yang Wenjiao wouldn't be able to find him. As for Yang Wenjiao, who was using the invisible skill, he was using the Ling Gang, holy light barrier, and lock-on skill at the same time. Perhaps this battle would last longer, but Emperor Thorn, who was hiding in the dark, was very confident that he could win this battle. Just when Emperor Thorn had thought of a countermeasure, Yang Wenjiao moved. He stood there silently, and a thick golden mist rose from his body. He was accumulating power. Previously, when Long Haochen participated in the Monster Hunters preliminaries, many people had suffered under his accumulating power. Now, Yang Wenjiao was doing the same. Perhaps only the members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad could understand his thoughts, but the other spectators couldn't understand why Yang Wenjiao would do such a thing. Admittedly, the stored power skill could increase one's attack power to an even higher level, but what use would it be if one couldn't find target? It would only speed up the consumption of his spiritual power. Long Tianin, who was sitting on the Knights Templars' seat, revealed a faint smile and said, "Wenjiao has been missing for too long. Many people have forgotten what his ability is. It seems that he will bring everyone a surprise." Emperor Thorn, who was facing off against Yang Wenjiao, was also full of doubts. Is this young holy knight try to lure me out by using the accumulating power skill? That's just wishful thinking. Doesn't he know that the most important thing right now is our mentality? How could he make such a mistake? Emperor Thorn coldly hid in the dark and didn't move at all. He wanted to see what Yang Wenjiao could do after accumulating power. Since the start of the individual competition, this was the first time such an awkward situation had occurred. However, Many people knew that in this situation, as long as both sides made a move, the winner would be decided. If Yang Wenjiao could find his opponent's position, with the power of his accumulating power and his peak rank 8 cultivation, an assassin who was also rank 8 would definitely lose. However, on the other hand, if Yang Wenjiao couldn't win in one strike, then Emperor Thorn would have no chance of turning the tables. Yang Wenjiao's accumulating power didn't last for too long. At his chest, there was a ball of faint green light. This ball of light wasn't obvious under the cover of his powerful light, attribute spiritual power. One had to look carefully to discover it. After this ball of green light appeared, a strange green light suddenly shot out from Yang Wenjiao's chest. This green light burst out in the shape of a fan and swept forward. What was shocking was that when this green light came into contact with the protective shield of the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial field, it actually penetrated through it. It didn't seem to have collided with the protective shield. What kind of ability is this? It actually wasn't blocked by the protective shield. Soon, everyone understood what this ability was. Yang Wenjiao stopped accumulating power, and his body made a half-turn. The green light that was released from his chest seemed to scan the entire field. The assassin who was hiding suddenly appeared in the green light under the scan. Then, a red light landed on his body. Night locked on. The wings on his back flapped. After accumulating power, Yang Wenjiao, who was like a golden lion, flashed at the speed of light and attacked head-on. When his powerful holy light shine landed on the assassin, Yang Wenjiao's Ling Gang's double swords slashed hard on both sides of the assassin's body. At the same time, he activated Holy Light Blast and sent the assassin flying. After hitting the protective shield, he bounced back. If the assassin had chosen to fight head-on, he might have had a chance. However, when Yang Wenjiao had finished accumulating power, if the double swords had slashed at him, he would definitely have died. I've lost. After saying these 3 words with difficulty, DCI, who was over 70 years old, felt like killing himself with a piece of tofu. It wasn't shameful to lose the competition. What was shameful was that he had lost before he could even display his strength. Obviously, he was deceived by Yang Wenjiao's youth and his previous actions. However, he didn't expect Yang Wenjiao to have a spiritual stove with a powerful detection ability. This was the spiritual stove that Yang Wenjiao had obtained during the Monster Hunter's trial when Long Haochen gave up the reward. Although this spiritual stove didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, it had a natural restraint on assassins. Yang Wenjiao had used this spiritual stove to lead the monster hunters to achieve great results. Unfortunately, they had met the hands of the Dragon Rider Demon God in the end. He had been missing for so long. It could be said that there were very few people who still remembered that he had this spiritual stove. Even the Knights Templars didn't know about it, let alone the assassin, just now. As the first member of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, Yang Wenjiao brought a good start to the Light of Dawn. Li Jingji's lips twitched as he watched Yang Wenjiao leave the arena and return to the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. He was very clear that there were already 2 Knight Templars in the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Of course, he knew that Yang Wenjiao was Yang Haoen's grandson. However, in his eyes, Yang Wenjiao should be much weaker than Long Haochen. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank. In that case, what about Long Haochen? At this thought, Li Jingji couldn't help but look at the person standing on the leftmost side of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Although Li Jingji couldn't see the person's face, from the gentle temperament he exuded in Tan Wan's report yesterday, he knew that that person should be Long Haochen. The fat on Li Jingji's face trembled slightly. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, Long Haochen, let's see how far you can go in this year's temple tournament. He didn't think that a team of monster hunters could possibly compete with the temple in the temple tournament. Could it be that Long Haochen didn't choose to return to the Knights Templars because he didn't want his teammates to return to the temple tournament to participate in the tournament? Until now, Li Jingji still couldn't figure out why Long Haochen would appear in the temple tournament in such a way. However, he was very clear that Long Haochen would return after 4 years and would definitely become his strongest competitor in the near future. Li Zhengji had never underestimated Long Haochen because of his young age. The tournament continued, and the strength of the temple tournament began to shine. The three strongest temple tournament were still the Knights Templars, the Magic Temple, and the Soul Temple. The Warrior Temple and the Assassin Temple were obviously weaker. What was strange was that after a dozen more matches, no one from the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters was chosen. It wasn't until the 24th match that the light of choice shone on the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters again. This time, the target of the Light of Choice was the tallest member of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad. It was also at this time that a young lady sitting on the VIP platform of the Warrior Temple suddenly stood up. Due to her excitement, her hands were trembling unceasingly. It was Feng Ling in white. As soon as Chun Zidian mentioned the Light of Dawn, Feng Ling froze on the VIP platform as if she was struck by lightning. Wasn't the Light of Dawn their team? After disappearing for more than 4 years, this bastard is finally back? This sudden news caused her mind to go blank. She stared unwaveringly at the tallest and strongest member of the Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad. Her eyes didn't blink as tears rolled down her cheeks. Endless Night was sitting next to Feng Ling. As the representatives of the Sanctuary Alliance auction house, they naturally had the right to sit on the VIP platform. The shock of the Light of Dawn's name was no less than Feng Ling's. At this moment, she didn't know what to say to comfort Feng Ling. She could only hold her hand tightly and use her own warmth to comfort her. At this moment, the Light of Choice had chosen that person. It had chosen the guy who had made Feng Ling cry so many times over the past 4 years. Feng Ling couldn't control the agitation in her heart anymore. She stood up abruptly. Endless Night hurriedly hugged her and said, "Linger, don't be so agitated. This is the temple tournament. If it really is him, we will see him eventually." Bastard. Feng Ling's red lips trembled. If it wasn't for Endless Night supporting her, she might have collapsed. He's back. It must be him. She couldn't control her tears anymore. They flowed down her fair face like pearls from a broken necklace. Under the attentive gazes of Feng Ling and Endless Night, that tall and sturdy glimmer of light Demon Hunt squad member slowly walked to the entrance of the Night Temple's competition area. With a flip of his right hand, he tore off his large cloak, revealing a smooth and shiny bald head. Chapter 240. It's him. Feng Ling cried out involuntarily. Then, she threw herself into Yi Weiyang's arms and burst into tears. On the surface, Yi Weiyang's personality seemed to be more cheerful than Feng Ling's, and he seemed to have a higher tolerance. However, in reality, Feng Ling was really strong. Otherwise, the person who inherited the Sanctuary Alliance auction house wouldn't be her. However, no matter how strong she was still a girl after all. That fellow had left for almost 5 years, and there had been no news from him at all. Even the red dragon armor that she had given him was broken. Feng Ling kept telling herself that he was still alive almost every day as if she was hypnotized. However, deep down in her heart, how could she not know how low the chances of him surviving were? Today, in the Sanctuary Alliance Great Trial Ground, she finally saw him again. No matter what, he was still alive. No matter how much resentment Feng Ling had in her heart, she couldn't help but cry tears of joy. He was alive, he was still alive, he was back. Her tears flowed like a fountain. The strong controller of the Sanctuary Alliance auction house couldn't control her emotions at that moment. Yes, the person who took off his cloak and revealed his face was the only commandment priest of the Temple of the Priests, the bald Sima Xian. Compared to 4 years ago, his body was much more muscular. However, he never forgot his identity as a priest. His priest robe was filled with his solid muscles. Just by standing there, he gave off an oppressive aura like a towering mountain. In the eye array, golden light flashed. Sima Xian stepped into the competition ground. He seemed to feel something and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the VIP stand of the Warrior Temple. However, the VIP stand was very high. Unless his eyes could bend, he definitely wouldn't be able to see what was there. The other person that the light of choice shone on was from the Soul Temple. Because of the action of Sima Xian taking off his cloak, he entered the competition ground earlier than Sima Xian. To all the participants in the temple competition, it was glory among glory. To be able to participate in the competition was glory. To be able to obtain points for the temple in the competition was even greater glory. Under such circumstances, no one would hold back. As the incantation was being chanted, a dark purple hexagram appeared in front of the summoner. In the next moment, a pitch-black door slowly rose in front of him. A gloomy aura flowed in the air. In the air, there was a faint black mist rippling. Darkness attribute. This summoner turned out to be an extremely rare dark summoner. The magic he cast was called Hell's Gate, which was similar to the Living Gate. This dark summoner was obviously quite powerful. It only took him such a short time to cast Hell's Gate. When Sima Xian stood still, his gate of darkness had already appeared. Life magic! Endless Night cried out in surprise, drawing the agitated Feng Ling's gaze towards the arena. Usually, only summoners from the Soul Temple could practice life magic. Summoners usually had their own life summon. If they carefully nurtured it, it would become their greatest helper. However, not all summoners could find a suitable magic beast to subdue and make it their own life summon. In this kind of situation, they had another choice: life magic. The so-called life magic was to imprint a magic into the depths of one's soul, making it a part of one's body. Summoners with life magic couldn't have life summon anymore. However, this magic would break through the limits of the magic's level and rise to a higher level according to their strength. Without a doubt, this darkness summoner in front of them had achieved this. His life magic was Hell's Gate. Her Fate Gate was a level 7 magic, the same as Life Gate. However, after it became his natal magic, it became even more powerful as his cultivation increased. This darkness summoner looked to be around 50 years old. He was considered relatively young among the participants. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th step. By relying on this powerful life magic that was also at the peak of the 8th step, even if he faced a 9th-step powerhouse, he had the confidence to go head-to-head. Feng Ling quickly wiped away the tears on her face and looked towards the arena. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of worry. Life magic, Hell's Gate, was a relatively powerful existence. Not only did it have strong explosive power, after it was cast, it could even last until the summoner exhausted all of their mana. Generally speaking, in the individual competition, spells like Life Gate and Hell's Gate couldn't be cast because the casting time was too long. However, as a life magic, this darkness summoner completed it in an extremely short amount of time. Moreover, it was an advanced Hell's Gate. This was completely different. Sima Xian was facing Hell's Gate unarmed. Feng Ling was very clear about this damn Baldy's abilities. Without a vigorous light pill in hand, how much of his strength could he display? Her worry, excitement, joy, and even deeper resentment were all covered up. Feng Ling tightly grasped Endless Night's hand and nervously watched the situation on the stage. After Sima Xian stepped onto the stage, he didn't stop. He didn't use any skills either. He just strode towards the darkness summoner with his head held high. To a normal person, this kind of speed could be considered as a meteor, but to the experts participating in the temple competition, it was too slow. The opposing darkness summoner looked at Sima Xian and felt somewhat suspicious. He even wondered if he was being too careful, using his life magic right from start. What kind of person was this? He looked to be at most 30 years old. That majestic body could even compare to an earth dragon, but he was wearing a cleric robe. This was too strange. Moreover, this guy didn't even use any skills. He just walked towards him like a normal person. There had been many individual competitions in the temple competition, but this was the first time something like this had happened. This darkness summoner's position in the summoner temple wasn't low. His battle experience was also extremely abundant. After a short moment of shock, he immediately made a decision. No matter what his opponent was, he had to go all out and obtain this point for the Soul Temple. The might of Hell's Gate was already displayed. One after another, hellhounds emitting dark red flames madly charged out of Hell's Gate, charging towards Sima Xian. This pack of hellhounds had a total of 12. Hellhounds were darkness and fire dual attribute creatures. equivalent to stage 6 human experts. They didn't have any attack skills and were only proficient in physical attacks. However, all of their physical attacks carried the effects of darkness and fire. They were extremely tenacious and had a persevering personality. Once they tangled with you, you wouldn't rest until you were dead. Seeing this pack of hellhounds, Sima Xian still ran towards the darkness summoner with large strides. His bald head flickered under the light of the great trial grounds. The hellhounds were extremely fast. In practically the blink of an eye, the 12 hellhounds had already charged towards Sima Xian. Not only were these hellhounds tyrannical, but they also seemed to be very organized. The 3-headed hellhound at the front simultaneously pounced towards Sima Xian. Of the other 9 hellhounds, 3 leapt into the air, while the other 6 flanked Sima Xian from both sides. In an instant, all of Sima Xian's paths of advance had been sealed. The 2 horns on their heads flashed with black and red light, using their advantage in numbers to suppress Sima Xian. The dark summoner sat cross-legged above the Hell's Gate, chanting incessantly. Inside the Hell's Gate, there seemed to be an even more intense absorption of spirit energy. It was gloomy and gloomy, communicating with some unknown creature from the Hell Plane. He had never thought of using the Hellhounds to defeat Sima Xian. All he had to do was hold back Sima Xian. In his opinion, as long as he completed his next spell, victory would be set in stone. Watching the battle, the most nervous person was undoubtedly Feng Linger. Seeing the unarmed Sima Xian being surrounded by the 12 hellhounds, she subconsciously held her breath. She cursed Sima Xian in her heart. How old are you? Why are you here to participate in the temple competition? Are you here to court death? However, what happened next shocked everyone. Facing the attack of the 12 hellhounds, Sima Xian's expression did not change. It was as if he did not see them at all. Seeing that the 12 hellhounds were in front of him, Sima Xian stopped in his tracks and stomped his right foot on the ground. With a boom, an intense golden flame suddenly swept out from his body. With Sima Xian's body as the center, the area within a radius of 5 meters became a huge golden fireball. What kind of skill was that? Not only were the people from the temple stunned, but even the powerhouses from the Knights Templars and the Temple of the Priests, who were most proficient in light attribute abilities, were also stunned. In the next moment, they arrived. The big baldy from before continued to stride in the direction of the Hell's Gate, as if nothing had happened. Behind him, the light disappeared, and the 12 hellhounds had all disappeared. Not even a speck of them was left. Seeing this scene from a Knight's VIP stand, the chief referee, Chun Zidian, could not help but smile. He said, "What a powerful priest. How is that a skill? It's clearly the result of releasing spiritual power. Simple and direct." Naturally, the others could not hear Chun Zidian's words. They only saw that the strong, bald priest was still walking toward Hell's Gate. How could an ordinary person be able to deal with 12 hellhounds with extremely high defense with an instantaneous skill? The dark summoner suddenly became nervous. His chanting speed increased significantly. Seeing that Sima Xian was already less than 50 meters away from him, he could not help but sweat beads on his forehead. Although he wanted to go all out to deal with Sima Xian, he was still too careless. He originally thought that the hellhounds would be able to delay Sima Xian for at least 10 seconds, but in reality, Sima Xian only used 1 second to end the battle. His incantation was almost complete, and it was impossible to change it. However, according to Sima Xian's current speed, he could definitely reach him before he finished his incantation. To be able to kill so many hellhounds in an instant, how could he not have spiritual wings? However, to everyone's surprise, not only did Sima Xian not use his spiritual wings, when he was 20 meters away from the gate of hell, he even stopped in his tracks and stood there calmly. However, his eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. What was he doing? Waiting for the opponent to finish his incantation? Isn't this too arrogant? For a moment, the audience could not help but be in an uproar. They could all see through Sima Xian's intention. Only Sima Xian himself understood his current mood. He really needed to release himself. He was originally wild and unrestrained, and after being silent for too long, he needed a big battle to vent his suppressed emotions. The Dark Summoner's incantation was finally completed, and Hell's Gate emitted a strong layer of dark purple light. Immediately after, a huge figure drilled out of Hell's Gate. That's right, it was a drill. Hell's Gate was 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, but this summoned creature had to lower its head in order to drill out. It was over 6 meters tall, humanoid, majestic with wings and a pair of spiral horns. It was a demon king of hell. That's right, this was the trump card of the Dark Summoner. With a cultivation base at the peak of the 8th rank, he could summon a powerful demon king of hell through his natal magic. No matter how hard Sima Xian tried, he still managed to complete this magic. Roar! A monstrous roar resounded. The one who roared was not the demon king of hell, but Sima Xian, who was waiting 20 meters away. Facing the demon king of hell that walked out of Hell's Gate, he suddenly spread his arms and roared at the sky. Then, he took a step forward and rushed towards the demon king of hell. The demon king of hell had just been summoned, and before it could understand what was going on, it saw a human emitting a strong golden light rushing towards it. It almost subconsciously threw a punch at Sima Xian. A strong, dark purple halo burst out of the demon king of hell, and the tyrannical aura of a powerhouse in the 9th rank of hell burst out. However, the charging Sima Xian did not have the slightest intention of dodging. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing a loud bang. Then, he leaped high into the air. The golden light emitted from his body instantly turned white. Just like that, Sima Xian's fist collided with the demon king of hell's fist in the white light. It was awesome to fight against the demon king of hell with his physical body. At that moment, Feng Ling was not the only one holding her breath. Most of the spectators held their breath. Sima Xian's tyrannical fighting style was the most exciting. Boom! The collision between light and darkness was always so intense. The protective shield of the Sanctuary Alliance's Great Test Field shook violently. With Sima Xian and the Demon King of Hell as the center, a powerful spiritual power rippled in the opposite direction. Even the Gate of Hell was on the verge of collapse from the impact of the aftershock. What was even more shocking was that the one who was at a disadvantage was not Sima Xian, who was not favored by everyone, but the Demon King of Hell. Amidst the roar, the Demon King of Hell actually took a few steps back from Sima Xian's punch. Moreover, when a fist collided with Sima Xian's fist, the white holy fire burned intensely and corroded his body intensely. Sima Xian somersaulted in the air and landed on the ground. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, he had already exerted his strength again and charged towards the Demon King of Hell like an incandescent cannonball. There had been many rounds of competition, but this was the first real confrontation between a rank 9. When Sima Xian pushed the Demon King of Hell back, everyone already understood that this seemingly tyrannical, overbearing, and unconventional bald priest was actually a rank 9 powerhouse. A saint-level priest? But would a priest use his fist to fight against the Demon King of Hell? When he charged again, Sima Xian clasped his hands together. His leaping figure had completely surpassed the Demon King of Hell. On his clasped fists, a white ball of light with a diameter of half a meter condensed, and he smashed it towards the Demon King of Hell. The Demon King of Hell had just stopped falling back. The light attribute that Sima Xian had used on him was simply too strong and overbearing, eroding the dark energy in his body to a considerable extent. This Demon King of Hell had only just appeared here, so he did not understand the environment at all. Under Sima Xian's tyranny, he almost subconsciously raised his hands to block. At the same time, a purple light burst forth from his head and legs, shooting towards Sima Xian like lightning. Sima Xian was too tyrannical. He did not care about the purple light shooting towards his chest at all, and his fists collided fiercely with the Demon King of Hell's fists. Amidst the loud, rumbling sounds, the Demon King of Hell let out a blood-curdling screech. His 6-meter-tall body was abruptly shortened and was actually smashed down by more than a meter by Sima Xian's fists. The intense holy light flames instantly engulfed his entire body, causing his huge body to tremble violently. However, The purple light emitted from the Demon King of Hell's horns also accurately hit Sima Xian's chest. Sima Xian's body paused in the air for a moment, and then a layer of intense purple light was reflected from his chest. Crack! A loud clap of thunder sounded in the field, and the purple light that was even thicker than before bombarded the Demon King of Hell's chest. This time, purple lightning flashed all over his body, and his huge body directly fell back. Golden wings finally appeared behind Sima Xian. The huge wings spread out horizontally, spanning a full 10 meters. In a flash, he caught up to the Demon King of Hell's head, and his thick and powerful hands grabbed one of the Demon King of Hell's horns. "Open for me." Assess. Amidst the ear-piercing sound, the Demon King of Hell's howl came to an abrupt end. Its huge body was actually torn in half by Sima Xian, just like that. Bang! Both of Sima Xian's feet landed on the ground. Only then did he start to gasp for breath. However, the wild ferocity in his eyes did not weaken in the slightest. He stared intensely at the gates of hell in front of him that were gradually becoming illusory. The entire field was silent. From the start of the individual competition until now, the battle that truly shocked the entire holy city had finally appeared. The bald priest, Sima Xian, tore the Demon King of Hell apart with just the strength of his body. At this moment, the ferocious aura that he emitted made the veteran powerhouses of the 6 great temples involuntarily shudder. The Dark Summoner subconsciously took a few steps back and almost fell. Looking at Sima Xian's wild and barbaric gaze, his face turned pale. Even though the Demon King of Hell was the weakest among the 9 hells, it was still a 9-stage powerhouse. Yet, it was actually torn apart by this bald man before it could even use a decent skill. This was completely beyond the Dark Summoner's understanding of the world. How ferocious was his burly and majestic figure to tear the Demon King of Hell apart? Rank 9, he was a rank 9 powerhouse, but was he really a priest? Previously, although Yang Wenjiao had also won the competition, there was a certain element of trickery in his battles, which didn't allow more people to recognize the strength of the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad. But at this moment, Sima Xian's wild outburst made all the spectators have no choice but to take the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad seriously. In the contestants area of the Temple of the Priests, Temple Master Ling Xiao, who led the team, had already stood up, his face full of excitement. Sima Xian was his disciple. Even though this guy had been missing for so long, he was indeed his disciple. Others could not believe that he was a priest, but Ling Xiao was very clear that this ferocious bald man was a member of the Temple of the Priests. In the past temple competitions, the Temple of the Priests had almost always participated as a spectator. When had it ever been so glorious? For the first time, Ling Xiao felt that a priest who did not know how to heal could also bring glory to the Temple of the Priests. It was also at this moment that he made up his mind to specially develop commandment priests in the Temple of the Priests, so that the Temple of the Priests would have the ability to protect themselves. The ferocious glint in Sima Xian's eyes gradually disappeared. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, bowed slightly to the Dark Summoner in the priest's etiquette, then turned around and walked out of the arena. There was no need for the opponent to admit defeat. Everyone knew the result. The Dark Summoner had not only lost, but even his confidence had taken a huge blow. He walked out of the entrance of the Knights Templars, put on his big cloak again, and returned to his team as if nothing had happened. When the light of choice descended from the sky again, the day's spectators woke up with a start. The competition continued, but the entire arena seemed to be in an uproar. Voices of discussion rose one after another. At this moment, the name Light of Dawn also became the focus of the entire holy city. The 2 players who went out were both around 30 years old, but they had extremely valiant abilities, especially Sima Xian's valiance, which left too many people with a deep impression. On the Warrior Temple's VIP stage, Feng Ling was currently covering her mouth with her small hands. There were still a few drops of tears hanging on her charming face. Even Endless Night, who is also a beauty, couldn't help but feel pity for her. Too handsome. He's simply perfect, Feng Ling muttered. Endless Night unhappily said, I really don't know what's in your head. You're a gentle and quiet little girl, but you just have to like valiant men. That guy's so crude. Feng Ling Air shook her head and said, he's not crude. Look at him, he's so manly. I originally thought he was quite valiant. I didn't think that after disappearing for so long, he'd come back and become even more perfect. No, I have to go find him. After saying this, she turned her head and was about to run off the VIP stage. Get back here. Endless Night grabbed her. Don't you have any modesty? Just now, you were cursing that bastard so enthusiastically. As soon as he shows off his muscles, you're going to act like a love-struck fool. That guy left for 4 years without any news at all. If he doesn't come to find you, it means that he doesn't have you in his heart. Even if he comes, this time you have to teach him a good lesson. Otherwise, in the future, won't you be bullied to death by him? You sit here obediently. You're not allowed to look at him. Do you hear me? Feng Ling Air pitifully sat back in her seat and said in a low voice, Big sis Endless, there's no need to be like this. Look, he's become so strong now. These past few years, he must have suffered quite a bit. Don't you think he's very outstanding? A 30-year-old stage 9. Look, he's found a stock with potential. You can be happy all you want. What if he doesn't want you? Feng Ling Air shook her head and said, that won't happen. He definitely wants to amaze everyone in the temple competition, so he didn't come to find me to avoid exposing his team's strength. Seeing her full of confidence, Endless Night couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, what kind of little white flower are you? You're practically a little love-struck fool. I'm going to ignore you. Sima Xian's victory attracted a great deal of attention from the Sixth Great Temple, but the competition still had to continue. Very quickly, the audience's gazes were attracted by the brilliant and varied competition. Not long after Sima Xian went up, the Magic Temple's palace master Li Zhengji was chosen to go up. His opponent was a warrior. Li Zhengji only used a single spell and completed the process of subduing the opponent. He seemed to be very low-key, but it was very clear that his opponent wasn't strong enough and couldn't force him to use more of his abilities. Among the contestants from the Sixth Great Temple, almost half of them were at the 9th level. After the 9th level versus the 9th level began to appear, the competition became more and more exciting. There was even a match where a domain master appeared. In the 35th match of the competition, the light of choice shone on the light of Dawn Monster Hunters for the 3rd time. This time, the light fell on the 5th person. It was a slender man. When he took off his cloak at the entrance, it revealed a face that was even younger than the previous 2 and a head of dark green hair. His appearance almost instantly caused a commotion on the side of the Magic Temple, because many magicians recognized his identity. On the side of the Knights Templars, in the stands, a girl with long pink hair almost instantly clenched her fists. She was completely stunned, just like Feng Ling Air before. She clenched her teeth, trying hard not to cry out loud. Li Zhengji looked at Lin Chun, who was beside him, with a questioning look in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Chun also had a blank look on his face. Immediately after, his body trembled violently due to excitement. Li Zhengji shifted his gaze. From Lin Chen's expression, he could tell that he didn't know that his grandson had come to the holy city. That excitement couldn't be faked. That's right, this man with long dark green hair, a slender figure, and a handsome face that even looked a little feminine was the only magician in the light of Dawn Monster Hunters, Lin Xian, who was known as Brother You Have Medicine. Lin Xian's opponent was a knight, so he walked into the arena together with this knight. Without waiting for the knight to speak, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he actually dashed 100 meters forward as if he had teleported, widening the distance between him and the knight. The spectators were all powerhouses from the Sixth Great Temple, but they only saw a blue light flash behind Lin Xian, and then he accelerated and dashed 100 meters away. Since when did magicians have such speed? He wasn't even a wind magician. The knight was also shocked. However, he was here to participate in the competition, so he naturally wouldn't be so easily frightened. With a flash of golden light, a snow-white giant eagle with a tuft of golden feathers on its forehead appeared above his head. This giant eagle had a wingspan of at least 10 meters. As soon as it appeared, light elements gushed out like a tsunami, pouring into the knight's body below it. This knight's cultivation base was originally at the peak of the 8th level. With the help of the giant eagle in the sky, his aura instantly increased tremendously, and in the blink of an eye, he had climbed to the 9th level. However, Lin Xian didn't chant any incantations. Instead, he drew a line in the air with his right hand. Instantly, a blue ray of light about a meter long and only as thick as a thumb appeared out of thin air, shooting straight at the knight. Wherever the blue ray of light passed, there was no whistling sound. It merely turned into an arc as it flew forward. What was this? The knight had just received the boost from his radiant golden eagle, and his cultivation base had increased tremendously. He rushed towards Lin Xian, seeing that the unassuming blue ray of light was already shooting towards him. He raised his left hand, and an intense golden light instantly condensed into a large golden shield in his hand. At the same time, he stopped his feet and completed the divine defense. Blue ray? Could it be that his opponent was a water magician? This was the temple tournament. No matter how unassuming the opponent's attack seemed, he wouldn't be careless. As a guardian knight, it was most important to be steady and advance step by step. In a battle between a guardian knight and a magician, if the guardian knight could win in the end, it would usually be by exhausting the magician's mana. After all, the guardian knight wasn't good at speed, and his attack power was relatively weak. Against a magician who could fly with spiritual wings, he wouldn't have much of an advantage. Bang! The blue ray of light accurately hit the guardian knight's shield. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly light blue ray of light, which wasn't even as intimidating as a fireball, actually made a roar after colliding with the guardian knight's shield. The guardian knight was actually pushed back nearly 10 meters by the impact, and a blue light rose in front of the shield. Then, the holy shield formed by the Ling gang disappeared in the blue light, and the air around his body was obviously distorted. It wasn't water, it was fire. What kind of magic was this? The guardian knight's shield was broken when he used the divine defense to defend, and the scorching airflow consumed a lot of his spiritual power. It wasn't easy for him to offset the aftermath of the blue ray of light. Rank 9, he was a rank 9 magician. The guardian knight secretly complained in his heart. Although his cultivation had been promoted to the rank 9 through his mount partner, he wasn't a real rank 9. In the face of a rank 9 fire magician who was famous for his explosive power, he knew that his chances were very slim. At this time, Lin Xian's attack appeared again. Behind his left hand, his long dark green hair slowly fluttered behind his head. He raised his right hand again, and this time he drew 2 lines in the air. Suddenly, 2 blue rays flew out again. The guardian knight's face had already become very ugly. In a situation where he couldn't use any equipment, he could only rely on his spiritual power to transform his shield. Coupled with the divine defense, this was basically his strongest defense. However, the blue ray of light just now had broken his defense. This time, there were 2 rays, so it would definitely be more difficult to resist. With a loud shout, the guardian knight suddenly took a step forward and made a bowing posture. At the same time, his whole body rose up and instantly turned into a holy light. His hands crossed in the air, and in the sudden collision, an even thicker shield than before appeared. The white-hot flame turned into a heavy shield, blocking in front of him. It was still the divine defense. Right now, his only hope was that Lin Xian's seemingly instantaneous magic consumed a lot of magic, and he could hold on until his opponent's magic ran out. The 2 blue rays hit the guardian knight one after the other. After the guardian knight took another step forward, 2 blue rays exploded in front of him. The shield built with the foundation of holy light and the Ling gang was broken again. The scorching blue flames had already touched his body, and a large amount of spiritual power kept bursting out of his body, using all his strength to dissolve the scorching blue rays. A real rank 9 powerhouse was actually this strong? Compared to before, this match looked a lot more ordinary. There were no dazzling magic spells, no powerful skills, and no wild and arrogant like Sima Xian. But a real powerhouse could see many things from it. The simple blue rays were not simple at all. Li Zhengji looked at Lin Xian, his eyes full of surprise. He murmured, condensing spiritual power into gang, condensing gang into lines. This is beyond the scope of magic. It seems simple, but in fact, it is extremely difficult to control spiritual power. Lin Xian, this child, has such a deep understanding of fire? Lin Shen was even more shocked than Li Zhengji. Was this still his grandson? He knew that he could not have done what he did just now. After the end of the Sacred War, Lin Shen's cultivation finally broke through the bottleneck of many years and successfully broke through to the rank 9. But he also knew that he could not control fire so well. Moreover, the flames of Lin Xian's Heart of Flame were much stronger than the flames controlled by ordinary magicians. How could he not be excited that his grandson, who had been missing for more than 4 years, had returned so strong? And just at this time, Lin Xian's next move shocked everyone present. His left foot took half a step to the left, and his expression became serious. His eyes shone with sincerity. He raised his right hand, and this time, he only used his index finger to draw in the air. Rays of blue light appeared in the air just like that. Compared to the previous 2 rays, the current rays seemed to be shorter, but they did not fly towards the guardian knight immediately. Instead, they stopped in front of Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had drawn more than 20 blue rays of light in a flamboyant manner. Seeing this, the opposing guardian knight was already completely lifeless. 2 blue rays were enough to make him tired, and there were so many at once. Wasn't this asking for his life? Luckily, there was a clear rule in the temple tournament that one was not allowed to kill or injure one's opponent. Otherwise, he might have been so scared that he ran away. The 20 rays of light intertwined in the air and actually formed 2 big blue words, Xen.